The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching dolly fishing.
Jumping up, dolly visions dreaming real. Two crime scene blast feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly vision headlines, king of beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Mark the truth while live on air light. Jumping up, dolly visions dreaming real. True crime scene blast feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly vision headlines, king of beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
What is up, YouTube? Welcome back. Welcome back. And boy, do we have some mass devastation to talk about tonight. Okay, listen, Mother Nature is no joke and it can be deadly. If we're talking flash floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, and you just never know when something like this is going to happen. Right now, we got 51 people in Central Texas confirmed dead from a flash flood, up to 31 people still missing, and 27 of these are kids from a camp, a Christian camp that was just camping near the Guadalupe River. But first, listen, I'm going to need you to leave your DNA on that like button just in case you get caught up in a flood, hurricane, tornado, earthquake, a meteorite, solar flares. It don't matter. Dolly's going to be there to rescue your ass. So make sure you like the video. And if you're brand new out there for the first time, make sure you sub up, ring the bell for notifications. Help us hit 71,000 subscribers. I can't do it without the help of each and every one of you. So, like I was saying, Central Texas, right? And I really, when I think Texas, I don't usually think of flooding, right? I think, Texas, pretty hot place, pretty dry. But the Guadalupe River, July 3rd, started, raining. And this is crazy because within 30 minutes and within under an hour, the Guadalupe River raised 29 feet. Okay. Now, there was flash flood warnings that went out, but some people are complaining that the systems are a little dated, and some of these people never knew these flood waters were coming, like a lot of these campers, because it happened in the middle of the night. And believe it or not, they're still, as we speak, rescuing people. One child was pulled out the water, clinging to a tree 12 miles downriver. Okay. So this disaster is crazy. And we're going to be going over some of the latest news and scenes from what's going on here tonight. We will be taking some calls about it, all that stuff. I already see people say they're in Hill, what is it? Hill Valley, Hill, Texas. Carrsville, those areas that were affected by this flood. Unbelievable. Now, never take Mother Nature for granted, right? Because she can rear her ugly head at any time, any given place. Hill County. Okay. All right. Hill County, Texas. Thank you so much for helping me out. I seen PJ in the room is from there. And thank God that you're okay and you're here with us. So let me share this screen with you guys. I have a little playlist of some of the stuff. Hold on, that wasn't it. That I want to go over with you guys tonight in this tragic situation. And there's still 27 kids missing from the Mystic campground, this church group that was out there camping, and it does not look good, right? And right now, the death toll stands at 51 people. Who knew, right, that something like this would happen on, you know, one of the days that America is celebrating the 4th of July, right? It ain't always sparklers and fireworks. While some of us was out celebrating, some people were fighting for their lives. And still, as we speak, still doing that. And let's pray to God that some of these people that are missing will be recovered and they're not with little baby Jesus. Okay. And out of all this, listen, sometimes, you know, Dolly likes to joke and play, but when things are super serious, I don't joke and play. I give you just the straight news of what's going on. And apparently there's a person on, I believe, TikTok or Instagram that was joking today, and this person is getting tons of backlash about, he had said something like, well, it's a good thing that these people are gone because they would have just grew up in a generation of AI. It was Twitch. Thank you, PJ. Thank you. Producer's always on point. Twitch. You know, that tells you right there, you know, that they would have grew up in a generation of AI and Chat GPT. Okay. Which inappropriate to say. There's still people missing right now. Like, even I know when to save the jokes. Okay. It's not a joking matter right at this time because people are still missing. Maybe a year from now, you can tell little flash flood jokes, but not when people are hunting for their families and things like that. And hopefully these people are alive. And I can understand the backlash. I can completely understand the backlash for that. So let's pull this up, this first video.
Including 15 children. That number could rise. This is after flash floods ripped through Kerr County. That is just west of San Antonio. You can see first responders today, they are still searching for the missing. We want to show you a bird's eye view of the damage in Kerr County right now. Yesterday, the Guadalupe River surged by 20 to 26 feet within 90 minutes. Water swept through a summer camp, leaving dozens unaccounted for. The U.S. Coast Guard has rescued more than 200 people so far. And today, Governor Greg Abbott expanded the state's disaster declaration to 6 more counties and is now asking for federal aid.
We will be relentless in going after and ensuring that we locate every single person who's been a victim of this flooding event. We're not going to stop today or tomorrow. We will stop when the job is completed.
He is absolutely committed to using all the resources of the federal government to help unify families, rescue all those that were still missing, and return those who maybe we will recover back to their families as soon as possible.
Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem said she will send more Coast Guard resources to assist with the rescue and recovery efforts. And joining us now live from Texas, former Texas meteorologist Steve Brown, who lives near where the flooding hit. Steve, thank you for joining us tonight, and condolences to your community.
Yeah, it's a tragedy. It's awful. It's really horrible.
You were just
I may be retired, but I'm always a meteorologist. Once a meteorologist, always a meteorologist.
I know, and you were actually out today surveying the flooding. So can you describe what you saw?
Yeah, the water had come up tremendously, like 30 feet on some of the bridges that I had visited yesterday, and the water had receded a lot. It was still running swift, but you could see all the debris left in the trees. So, yeah, the damage was still there, but I'm well downstream of Kerrville, so it was a different location.
And you've covered Texas weather, as you said, as a meteorologist for years, so you would cover events like that. Can you explain to us the system that caused this? Because you started posting on social media that the conditions looked dangerous days before this flooding occurred.
Yeah, I saw it, and it was similar to me to what I saw in 2002. And that was a flood of record. It was historic. And I remember after 2002, I said, I will never trust a computer forecast again. And I saw the ingredients. And then on Monday, I saw the ingredients coming together. There was a tropical storm coming in off the Gulf down in Mexico. All that moisture from Tropical Storm Barry was being funneled up into Texas. There was a trough of low pressure, which basically is a channel that focuses moisture into direct areas so that thunderstorms
I thought I had two videos playing at once.
can train across the same track over and over again. And they tend to blow up in the middle of the night, which makes it really tough to forecast, really tough to react to, too, because most of those people were asleep out in Kerrville. And so it blew up in the middle of the night. The rainfall of the rates with something like that are on the order of 6 inches an hour. So in 2 hours, you can get a foot of rain. You can just imagine how that runs down the hillsides and just inundates the area in a hurry or within minutes.
And can you describe the area? Do people live along there? We know they have the camp.
They were saying that this water raised almost a foot a minute. So this storm came in late at night around 3 a.m. By 4:30 a.m., they first gave out the first warnings 30 minutes after that. And then around 4:30, they gave out a flash flood warning. Most of these people were asleep. So this water was rising. And like the river, like I said, it gained almost a foot a minute. In some places, it reached up to 29-foot surge. And before these kids knew it, that campground was underwater. And with the water moving rapidly, sweeping, homes are actually flowing down the streets. Like it's that bad.
Camp there, and also what are rescue teams up against?
Well, the rescue teams right now, unfortunately, probably in a recovery mode. They're searching for bodies, which is really sad. Even the place I was today, 20 miles downstream, they were already on this lookout for bodies that might come by, which was, pretty macabre. They're working in the slime and the mud right now. And the problem is the ingredients that I recognized on Monday are still with us. I call them rain bombs and tropical moisture, this channel of instability. They tend to focus up at night. So we could have a repeat performance tonight, closer to San Antonio, maybe out over the hill country during the day tomorrow in the same area that's already been bombed. And I call them rain bombs for a reason. They look like bombs.
Well,
when they explode.
We really feel for you. We know that there were the camp kids who are involved, and so many people are hurting right now. We thank you for joining us today and telling us a little bit more with your expertise and your knowledge of the area. Steve Brown, thank you for joining us live.
My pleasure.
I mean, the devastation is massive. Like I said, they're still hunting for the kids. Some of the kids have been recovered, not all the kids. And, like I said, this storm moved in so fast on everybody that people didn't have enough time to evacuate. Some people are saying that the storm warnings are outdated and they need to be updated. And they should have did a better job of warning people along the river that these types of floods were coming. But this was so unexpected. Could it have been avoided? Could there have been better things done? Possibly. But right now, you got to take care of what's going on. We can't go back and change things that already happened. All we can do is do better from now and try to rescue as many people as can be rescued. but like you heard the person say that they're in a recovery effort right now, recovering bodies out of the water. And that is just absolute heartbreaking.
I'm trying to reset. Is that HVAC?
Wiping homes right off the foundation. Look at that. Seven to 10 years old. Yeah, the Mystic Campground.
The big question
Christian
was, what do we
group.
do? And, you know, things were getting dicier by the moment. We couldn't tell if the water was going to continue to rise. So I said, we need to get out of the house. So I grabbed my wife and we literally jumped in the water, and it swept us down to about 200 feet down that way. And there's a crepe myrtle tree that we grabbed hold of, and we waited for rescue. I literally pulled out my waterproof phone and started calling people going, hey, get Swiftwater Rescue to come get us, because we are like in extremis. We are in bad shape.
I couldn't even imagine something like this.
I never knew that it could do that. I've seen it come up a little bit. I've seen it cover over the hike and bike trail there, but I've never seen it come up any further than that. And yeah, this is like a once in,
thank you, Jeanette,
I don't know, 200-year kind of flood. Yeah, so this is very unusual. This is just a weird confluence of weather conditions that occurred. And we literally dropped 14 inches of rain.
We're also going to take a listen to the press conference in just a few minutes.
6:30 in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, we heard some thumps. I had a shed around the corner, and the shed started banging against the house. And my wife jumped up and she looked out the back and she said, there's a river back there. And so we ran to the front, and by the time we grabbed 2 dogs and a set of keys, the water had risen, covered 4 motorcycles, and flooded a Jeep, and then flooded a big truck.
That quick. You hear that? Said time he grabbed the keys, the shed was hitting the house. It done flooded the whole front. PJ, thank you. Reach out
if you have people here.
Yes.
Smiling face with hearts emoji.
And we're absolutely glad that you're okay down there, PJ. We're absolutely glad you're okay. Guys, if you're just tuning in, there's 1,300 of you in the chat room right now. Make sure you hit that like button for me. Okay. Prayers for everybody that's down there. Like I said, we're going to be taking a look at a little bit of devastation tonight. We're going to be listening to the press conference. We're going to take some calls on this in a little bit. And prayers for our people in Central Texas, that everybody's okay and we didn't lose any of our gang. Okay, but prayers for the families that have been devastated by this national disaster and the people that are missing their kids. We are praying to God, and we're here with you, hoping that they are recovered safe and sound. Wow. What can you say but wow? And this is a time that we need to come together as a country and help our brothers and sisters in Texas.
Sunroom over that deck, and there's a lot of stuff in there. It was about 10, 15 feet tall. So literally this area,
Even to 10.
By the time, like over the last 5 minutes, the water went from like right there to right here. And then another 10 minutes, the water was like this high.
Thank you for
It was
summing
scary.
up.
It was really scary.
Thank you for everybody out there. See the little waving hand. Thank you for summing up. Thanks for being here with us, guys. Lady for Justice, thank you so much. Sometimes things get busy around here, Lady for Justice, and I don't get to see everything. But thank you so much. Big virtual hugs to you, and thank you for everybody being here with us tonight. Everybody say a little prayer for our friends and family in Texas and Central Texas, and that the people that are still missing, that they're recovered safely. That's what we need right now. We need a miracle for all these missing kids and missing people. And like I said, the death toll is already up at 51. Every time I look, it seems to climb because I made the thumbnail a little earlier. So it could be actually higher than what it says right now. And let's just pray that that death toll stays the same and the rest of the people are missing are recovered safe and sound. And miracles do happen. So if you're a family out there, don't give up hope on your loved ones. It's not over yet. I couldn't even imagine. No, this is Mother Nature. God don't want anybody dead. Please don't come in here and say anything like that. All right. Hey, listen, I'm a person of God myself, and I got a loving, caring, forgiving God. This don't come in here and say he did that. Mods, you know what to do with people like that. Okay. This is a time for prayer. This ain't a time to judge people. These kids, let me tell you this, these kids that were at this campground, 750 kids, over 27 missing. They were loved. They have families, and your ass probably just got struck down by not God, but one of my mods, okay, which you deserved. All right. We believe in God here, but we know that God wants these kids saved. That's why he's got so many people out there searching to try to rescue these people. And right now they need your prayers. They don't need none of that bullshit.
Complete shock. I'm still in shock today. The devastation was
Amen.
Such that I'm still in shock today. And with the rescues going on and the helicopters, you just know there's so many missing children and missing people. You just want them to be found for the sakes of the families. But you know it's not going to be a good ending. It's just not going to be. There's no way people could have survived the swiftness of the water.
So what you're showing me there?
What I have here are photos of the RV park
God.
At the end of my granny's road that were completely flooded. Oh no, Granny. I can't get any more. Oh my God.
Look how fast it's flowing.
Oh my God, it's coming up to my feet. No warnings at all. They came hours later, which was the most devastating part. You know, we got the warnings on our phones hours later. Hours later. The destruction had already been done before the warnings came out.
Now, see, I've heard this, right? That people were complaining about the warnings being outdated and that a lot of these kids were in cabins asleep and they didn't know these storms were coming, okay, because of the way the warnings went out. Now, I don't live in Texas. I don't know positively that that is what occurred, but a lot of people are saying this. But listen, you know, different reports of different things. Some people are saying that the Guadalupe River raised over 29 up to 29 feet within the hour. Some reports are saying within a half hour. Now, and some reports are saying within 90 minutes. There's a little bit of a mixture of confusion and how fast this river actually rose. But let me tell you this, a 29-foot storm surge is damn massive. Okay, massive. And that water it don't look that powerful until you get in it. Currents like that in the water are super strong. It will sweep you right off your feet. And the problem is not.
I love you, Dolly.
Thank you so
such
much.
An imperfect angel. Angelic face emoji.
Thank you so much. And then you got to remember, it's not so much the water of drowning, it's the water slamming you into things that haven't moved. So when that water grabs you and it's pulling you, it's slamming you into telephone poles, into parked cars, into brick walls and things like that. And the next thing you know, you get swept under the water or stuck on something that's under the water. Anybody that's been whitewater rafting, most people that fall over that they die because they get trapped on something underwater. And once you get trapped, the water keeps pushing over you and eventually it'll drown you. That's if you ever took any classes in whitewater rafting, which I've been whitewater rafting, so they teach you as much as they can about water current, because when you fall into the water, you want to tuck your legs and put your feet up, so your feet and your legs don't get caught under nothing, and then the water start rushing over you. So you want to be on your butt when you're in the water. Any type of current like this, you want to be floating with your legs sticking out the water so you don't get hung up on things. That's how people drown whitewater rafting. They think they stick their legs down,
be rescued and the lost recovered,
and try to doggy paddle or swim.
Emoji.
Thank you, Army Mom. Or they'll put their legs down and try to tread water, and that's the worst thing you can do, because you're not going to stop moving. The water's going to keep you pushing, and they don't want you to get hung up on stuff. So as soon as you fall out the boat, they're going to start screaming, stick your legs up, right? So that way you don't get hung up on nothing and you don't get trapped underwater. Just a little life lesson for you. If you ever get caught up in any water, you need to know what to do to save your own life.
And as you could see, the flood warnings did not come for hours later. Hours later. So I woke up, I hear the rain coming down in buckets. And I'm also, with the rain, I'm hearing cracking noises. It's indescribable, the sounds of how loud they were, which turned out to be the cypress trees coming down, the massive cypress trees that came down along the river. The cracking noise was just, it was incredible. Just incredible noises. It was almost every man for himself, and we ran from neighbor to neighbor to see who needed help. It was neighborly. It was people looking out for people. The fire departments and the police hadn't arrived yet, so it was more or less the neighbors and the people surrounding you in your area that really stepped up to the plate. Do you want me to give you the one? Something I'd never seen before. It was tragedy. It was just something so serious happening. and the swiftness of the water, it wasn't slowing. It wasn't slowing. Debris and furniture and RVs were coming down the river. The sounds, it's just unbelievable, the sounds.
Now, I had to say, I've never, really we've had flash flooding here where I'm at, never at the level of this. Okay. Now, of course, I survived major hurricanes. I'm here on the coast. Virginia gets hit with hurricanes all the time, tornadoes. I've been in tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, flash flooding, but nothing severe as 29 feet storm surge, right? Prayers for these people, and the searching is still going on right now. I believe there's 31 people missing, and they have rescued hundreds of people, and the death toll, the last I checked, was at 51 people. So wow, just wow. Families just completely devastated right now, and we're talking a good majority of these people are kids. Wow.
This is devastating, absolutely devastating.
We want to deliver some just heartbreaking news just coming into our newsroom. We have learned that the camp director of Camp Mystic perished in the floods. The Kerrville Daily Times is reporting this. We have learned that Dick Eastland, a beloved figure in the Camp Mystic community, tragically died during this historic flooding. He was trying to help protect campers. A beautiful write-up in the Kerrville Daily Times is from a former camper discussing the lasting impact that Mr. Eastland and his wife, Tweety Eastland, had on just generations of campers there. The author reminisced about her life at the camp starting in the 80s and the powerful friendships and the lessons that she gained there.
Thank you for subbing.
And a pivotal moment she explained in her camp experience was the kindness, exchange that led to a lifelong friendship with this Eastland family. So Dick Eastland being remembered as a father figure to hundreds of girls at camp, always prioritizing the campers' safety and their growth. And he died a hero, trying to protect as many of those campers as possible. So that makes...
See, this campground had no clue whatsoever that it was going to be as bad as it was, and this man lost his life trying to save other people. What a hero. And let's pray to God that some of these kids they're still out there and they're rescued. Just wow. It's just words can't put such devastation. You can't put even words to what is going on right now for our friends and family in Central Texas.
2 camp directors, Sarah, who have perished in these floods.
An absolute hero. And this is one of the things that we're really beginning to hear as we continue now to begin identifying those who have lost their lives in the floods, that they've sacrificed their lives to save others. And like you mentioned, this is now the second camp director. Camp The Hills camp director also lost theirs. And they said that she passed away while trying to save other staff members as well. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family of Mr. Eastland and these amazing camp directors that have given everything in their lives so that they can make sure that others live.
And Jane Ragsdale, do want to mention her name. She started at that camp, Heart of the Hills, as a camp counselor, worked her way up to director. Rest in peace to the both of them. To recap you on the latest on this flooding disaster, 43 people are now confirmed dead. 15.
Now that has went up some, up to 51 people. So
15 of those are children. 27 girls from Camp Mystic remain missing.
And some really important information tonight that you're looking at here from the city of Kerrville. They have established a reunification intake line for parents of campers who are still missing tonight. And they're asking that you call 830-258-1111. Call that number with the name of your missing young person. This is for the young people who are missing, and you're going to be directed to a shelter. Now, for all the other missing people, officials are asking that you call 830-257-8181.
And you can also email floodrecovery@co.kerrville.gov. kerr.tx.us. I believe we are out of time for the news at 6, but please stay with us as we continue our coverage.
Unbelievable. 27 missing just from that one camp. There's believed to be 31 people, I believe, at this time that are reported missing, and 27 of those are from the Mystic camp, where we seen that the camp director died trying to save people's lives. These people had no clue that it was going to be this bad. Usually you see storm floods, you think, okay, it's going to be a little bit of water. It's going to be, it may rise up a foot or two, and, the streets may be flooded a little bit, but you don't believe that everything's going to turn into a big river and there's going to be houses and RVs and cars floating down the street. That's severe flash flooding.
Our senior correspondent, Mike Tobin, is on the ground in Kerrville. He has the latest for us there. Mike.
And John, certainly one of the messages that we got out of that press conference from Secretary Noem is that the people out here.
This dude has a big ass neck. Look how big his neck is. Okay. Dude, you have a huge ass neck. I mean, I hate to get sidetracked. I know this is a serious issue, but damn, that dude has a big ass neck.
Here trying to recover from this devastating flood, that they're not alone, that the disaster declaration is going to be sent to President Trump, and he is anticipated to be in agreement with it. So it looks like more resources will come the way of these people. One thing I can show you now, just looking around where I'm standing, is just the incredible power of this storm. I'm down in the river basin at this moment. This area where I'm standing was all covered in water when this flood came through here, almost like a wave. And you can see all of this debris. The structure shelter that I'm standing in obviously had tremendous construction. It looks like these pilings went all the way into the ground.
Say he lifts weights maybe with his neck? Oh my God, that dude had the biggest neck I think I've ever seen on a human being. Not, to get sidetracked or anything. The devastation's real, but man, that man has a big neck.
Anchored in concrete. So this building didn't move, but the trees all got caught up in here because this place stood steady. If you look at the tree right in front of me, it was about 1.5 feet, 2 feet thick, and it was just ripped right out of the ground. And to give you an idea, as we continue to look around, the highway is about 15 feet above my head in this location, and we go 15 feet down. That is the Guadalupe River, where you can see so much debris is piled up on the banks of the Guadalupe itself. The river looks calm right now. You have people back out walking along the banks. It's hard to imagine so much destruction rolled through here so rapidly. And one of the things we do see as we stand around are the helicopters coming in overhead, conducting searches along the banks, as you heard them say in the press conference.
He could have dammed up the river with that deck. I'm just playing. Prayers for everybody missing. Let me shut up because I could pick on this guy all day long. So I'll stop my neck jokes now. Okay. But Lord,
hoping that they can find some survivors, victims of this storm who are still clinging to life. One of the things I know right now is that it's warm out here. If it's warm, people have a better chance of living longer. They don't succumb to hypothermia because of the warm climate. And we also know that the warm atmosphere. We also know that they have people on the ground, boots on the ground, as the county officials have said, searching along the banks of the river, aided by local information.
Somebody said he'll come kick my ass. His neck is bigger than me. Okay. I would be like, oh, hell no, I'm running.
People who know where the debris piles up when the floods come through. John?
Mike, we heard from Congressman Chip Roy that, especially regarding that girls' Christian camp that was so badly devastated by this storm, he said that some people gave their lives trying to rescue some of the kids from that camp. Do you know?
Listen, I'd be trying to rescue people.
Neck and forehead.
Choo. Okay. All right. I mean, I know me. I try to help people any chance I get. Right. So I'd be one of those people that, I'm a pretty good swimmer, and I'm pretty lucky, but I would have been trying to help too. Like if you're going to go out, that's the way to do it, being a hero, putting somebody else's life ahead of yours. So to those people that did that, there's a special place in heaven for them heroes that risked their life or gave their life to help other people. It's just sad that something like this just out of the middle of nowhere took place. And, you know, and a lot of these people never even seen it coming. They never really had a chance because they didn't know. And if it would have happened during the day, I think there would have been a lot less people dead. But since it happened in the middle of the night and most people were in bed and probably most people didn't get the warnings that went out, this has ended in even a bigger travesty.
Know any of those stories specifically? I know it's still early in this terrible event.
I've heard more than one story now of people who went in to save others, and qualified swimmers, strong swimmers, who went into the floodwaters trying to save other people, and they didn't come out, John.
Wow. So again, the number's 32 dead, 14 of them children.
Wow.
The governor of the state of Texas is asking people to continue to pray. We were told that the president is praying for the people.
Like I said, and since this newscast, the number has risen to 51 people.
People of Kerrville, Texas, which is in the hill country, a little bit northwest of San Antonio and southwest of Austin. Kerrville, not a big city.
Hey, Johnny.
But wow, they are going to have just an awful lot to deal with as you look at this footage here. And as the search goes on, they are hopeful of finding more survivors because that water threw so many people into so many trees and such a rough area. They're hopeful that they still might be able to find survivors. You say, Mike, there are more than 800 rescues that have already taken place.
800 rescues that have already taken place. And what we're hearing, as far as a lot of the people who are rescued, are people who were able to get to some high ground. And they may have been stranded because as they got to high ground, any roads that would lead up to where they were destroyed. So as of this morning, we heard a lot of stories of people who were stranded and they had water and food airdropped to them while the effort was made today to get some of those people out. We didn't hear from this update exactly how many of those people were rescued, just that broad number, 800 plus. People who were rescued in different situations. And we saw some of those dramatic rescues in which the Coast Guard Dolphin helicopter was involved, and they had the ability to drop a cable down.
Look at that.
From some of these rough areas. And one of the things that's going to slow people down as they're searching on foot out here is simply the fact that you do have rough terrain.
No, I was not body shaming. I was just thinking, hey, this guy has a fairly large neck. Okay. I mean, for a person, his neck he had a good sized neck. I've seen people in here say they like his neck. I mean, that's perfectly fine. Listen, I just noticed, I was like, hey man, this dude has a little bit bigger than normal size neck. I don't know if he works out, if he lifts weight with his head. Cause sometimes, boxers do it. They strap those weights to their head and they kind of work out with weights on their head. He just has a really big neck. Let me shut up. Oh my God. I just think I'm talking myself into a hole here
in the Texas Hill Country, and all of that is now complicated by all the debris that has been caught on what you will have that's in these rough areas, all the debris that gets caught, and it's difficult for these people who are now searching to get through that area and find somebody, and they could very well search an area and miss something that is buried underneath the debris. So it's going to take several searches, John.
Mike, stay with us. Of course, when a situation like this takes place, people are looking for answers. They're sometimes looking for someone to blame. There was a question asked of the Homeland Security Secretary as to whether or not, there should have been more warning for this devastating flood in the Guadalupe River Valley. Here's what Kristi Noem had to say in her answer.
My background is...
Now look at this lady's skinny ass neck. I'm kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke. I was just saying, the dude, if I said the dude had big muscles, it wouldn't be a big deal. Okay.
Somebody in chat just said, where was his neck at when they needed a flotation device? I'm done.
Yeah, we get no jokes.
Oh my God.
No jokes, guys. I wasn't trying to joke him. I was just stating what I seen. I was like, he has a big neck. Now the skinny neck lady was a joke. That was a joke.
It's just too soon.
I know. I wasn't joking about the flood. I was talking about the dude in his neck. You know, had nothing to do with the flood. It was just, I was like, man.
We talked about this. The guy that got all that backlash, you're not supposed to.
I wasn't even trying to say anything mean. I just said he had a big neck.
Okay.
I can't help the chat went in on it.
Before I was in the secretary position here under the Trump administration, I was governor of South Dakota and served in Congress for 8 years before I was governor. And so I will tell you that for decades, for years, everybody knows that the weather is extremely difficult to predict, but also that the National Weather Service over the years at times has done well. And at times we have all wanted more time and more warning and more alerts and more notification.
And I was just kidding about her neck, guys. That was a joke. She's a very pretty lady. Okay. That was a joke. Me saying the guy's neck was big, I was just stating the obvious, but I was kidding about her. She looks perfectly fine. Okay. I'm going to shut up now.
That is something, and one of the reasons that when President Trump took office, that he said he wanted to fix and is currently upgrading the technology. And the National Weather Service has indicated that with that and NOAA that we needed to renew this ancient system that has been left in place with the federal government for many, many years. And that is the reforms that are ongoing there. The timeline that I have, I don't oversee the National Weather Service. That's not under my department, but the timeline that I did receive from them was that the notifications started to look at its expansion for its limited flood impacts area that started on July 3rd at 1:18 p.m. The flood watch was issued. Although it was moderate, it wasn't to the extremes that it was, that when the system came over the area that it stalled, it was much more water, that, much like I think we experienced during Harvey, the same type of system that was unpredictable in the way that it reacted and the way that it stopped right here and dumped unprecedented amounts of rain that caused a flooding event like this.
That's Secretary Kristi Noem of the Department of Homeland Security. Mike, there probably couldn't have been a worse weekend for something like this to hit. It's a holiday
Thank you, guys.
weekend, and a lot of people are probably...
I didn't mean no harm. I love you guys. Thank you for the forgiveness.
Probably vacationing or, camping out along the river there.
Well, the Hill Country here is known for the wineries, the breweries, the live music, and it's a weekend getaway for a lot of people. And one of the ways you can do that on the cheap is to camp alongside of the river. There are a lot of Airbnbs, there are a lot of small hotels in the area. So one of the things that was brought up in an earlier briefing is the fact that it's impossible to tell just how many people are here and how many people haven't made it back to where they came from, Dallas or Austin or wherever they would be vacationing from. So you very well may start to get more missing persons reports as they don't show up from the holiday weekend, but also as they start to search the area for people who have been impacted by this flood. You could very well find more flooding victims. And one other thing that Secretary Noem brought up there was the early warning systems. We really have differing accounts. Judge Kelly, who was the top elected official here in Kerr County, said there was no early warning
I hope
system,
so.
Despite the fact that devastating floods and deadly floods have rolled through here before. He said there was no early warning systems. We talked with some of the locals out here who said they did get early warning systems. They came to their cell phones, but they came too late. And one of the things I can tell you, just coming back from Israel with all the missile strikes, the way they have their cell phone warnings built in, it's impossible to ignore. John?
All right. Mike Tobin reporting live from the banks of the Guadalupe River. Mike, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Okay.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott stepping up to the microphone, giving us an update on this catastrophic situation in his state.
This is the press conference.
Let's listen in. If the connection is unstable, we may need to move away from this. But for now, let's listen into the governor. Let's hear the latest from Central Texas.
Some things to share. First, what I have observed in this community over the past 24 hours is what I call quintessential Texas. When Texans face a challenge, we come together, we unite. And that's exactly what's happened over the past 24 to 40 hours in this community. Nothing more than extraordinary devastation. And The worst thing that could happen to this community fell apart. They could have fallen apart.
Thank you, Heather.
They could have fought against each other. But instead, they understand the importance of unity. That's what Texans do. That's what we will continue to do. Along those lines, something else to double down on what I said last time. We will be relentless in going after and ensuring that we locate every single person who's been a victim of this flooding event. We're not going to stop today or tomorrow. We will stop when the job is completed. Between now and whenever that day arrives when the job is completed, this is a 24/7 operation, day and night, because we know that we are looking for Texans and Americans, and we put them as our top priority, and we will find every one of them. Additionally, I want to let you know that overnight, there was an increase in storm damage and rainfall and flooding in other regions of the state of Texas that were in addition to the ones that were in the disaster declaration.
Wow, it sounds horrible.
What I'm going to sign today is an expanded disaster declaration that adds the following counties to what I signed yesterday. This disaster declaration includes Bexar County, Vernon, Caldwell, Guadalupe, Travis, and Williamson counties.
There is like a ton of background noise in this video.
To add counties as needed, as conditions either worsen or improve in counties across the state of Texas, we will ensure that every asset or resource the state has is going to be made available to every county that's the subject of this disaster declaration. Also, I've had the opportunity to visit not just with Secretary Noel, but other officials in the Trump administration.
Stating to him and Melania this morning,
Producer! Oh, let me ask my producer something. Do we have a better recording of this? Because this is almost unbearable. All the background noise that's in it, like you can't make out nothing they're saying. It is absolutely horrible. I may have to skip past this.
can help. Somebody that you can take care of and get them through this process. And that will make us stronger and better into the future. So our prayers are with you. President Trump wants you to know that he and Melania are praying for you and love you. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the governor.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the assets and resources you and the Trump administration are providing. One thing that Secretary Noel mentioned was the fact that recoveries and rescues are being made. And what has happened over the past 36 hours is really amazing. When you look at what the local officials have done, working in collaboration with multiple state agencies, as well as our federal partners, in 36 hours, they have rescued or recovered more than 850 people, some clinging to trees to save their lives, others in other precarious situations. It's just sheer heroism, the way that we've seen our first responders rescue so many people. And now I would like to turn things over to Senator John Cornyn.
My thanks to President Trump and Secretary Noem for responding so quickly to Governor Abbott's request for a federal disaster declaration.
Wow.
And particularly, Madam Secretary, thank you for being here in person. This is really important, and I think sends a very important message. Unfortunately, I've been to a number of disasters over the years across the state of Texas, as has the governor, and none of these get any easier. But I have to tell you, I remain incredibly impressed with Governor Abbott's leadership and the incredible work that the Texas Department of Emergency Management under the leadership of Nim Kidd do. They are literally the best in the nation. And what Secretary Noem said about other states not responding as well is true. It's something we should be very proud of and grateful for particularly at a time like this. And then there are the men and women who are standing behind us here who have been doing the work on the ground, not waiting for the federal government to show up. They've been getting the work done, as the governor pointed out. And we are all together, we are praying for those who have lost loved ones and are grieving. We are celebrating with those who have been reacquainted with and rejoined with their family members. And, a few years ago, the governor will remember this, up in West Texas after a terrible disaster, a county commissioner there said something to me that I think is appropriate at a time like this. He said, being from Texas is not just about where you're from, it's who your family is. And so when things like this happen, we come together as a family, as Texans, in a way that I'm very proud of. But it's very important.
Thank you so much.
This is who our family is, and we owe it to them. And I take the governor at his word that he and his team will be relentless in supporting all of the efforts at the local and the federal level until every last person is accounted for, and those families are reunited with their loved ones. But Governor, thank you again for your leadership. Secretary Noem, it means a lot to us for you to be here. And we appreciate Governor Abbott and Chief Kidd, but we appreciate President Trump and you responding so quickly to the governor's request for disaster declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Congressman Chip Roy.
Thank you, Governor. Thanks all of you for being here. Before I was crazy enough to run for Congress, my family and I started a tradition of coming down to Kerrville for 4th of July. And we've been coming here every summer since my kids were little. They're now 14 and 15 to see Robert Earl and whoever else was playing. And pictures have been popping up my phone, the ones that, kick on the anniversary of different shows, like a bunch of different shows over the last decade. It hits home. It really does. It hits personally for those of us for whom this is our community, our home. My family lives in Hays County.
The water rose very quick. People had very little warning, if any. They're saying that the warning system is outdated. They got a warning at 1:14 a.m., but most people at that time are in bed. So a lot of these people didn't know the warnings were coming, because most people at 1 o'clock in the morning, by 4:30, the floods were, 26 to 29 feet, sweeping people away. There was very little time for these kids to escape with very little notice. And some people in Texas are claiming that the notices came late, right? That they didn't come at 1:15 like people are saying, that they didn't get the notices to after the devastation had already occurred. 27 feet in 45 minutes, local Texan here. That is unbelievable storm surge, right? And just prayers to everybody affected by these floods. Prayers for the kids that are still missing. We're going to need a miracle, guys. So everybody throw a little prayer out there for these children. The adults too, but these children need it the most.
How good is a text warning if you are asleep?
Absolutely. How good is the warning if you are asleep? If it ain't like they sounded air horns. Okay. Why didn't park rangers, go in and, notify the campgrounds that, hey, there's a terrible flood coming. We need to evacuate. That, it's a little too early to say they did a bad job, but when it all comes out, some of this stuff we know could have been avoided if the systems in place were a little bit better. Dolly, can you clear up some rumors in Lily and Jack? Not tonight. I can't, because we're covering something else. We'll probably be covering Jack and Lily tomorrow. So if you want, I can clear up some of those rumors tomorrow in the case. But far as tonight, we're out here as prayer warriors praying for these little kids that are missing, these 27 kids, girls that are from the Mystic Camp in Central Texas that need our prayers tonight more than anything else. So that's where we're at tonight. All right.
But we spent a lot of time in Kerr, and I can't say enough about the local leadership and what they've been doing in the face of this disaster. Your city manager has done an extraordinary job. Your sheriff has done an extraordinary job. I could go down the list of everybody, and I'll leave somebody out, but I can't say enough about what they've done. And then I can't say enough about the governor and about NIM and about the leadership that has come from the state and from DPS and from TDEM to get this done and to do what we're in the process of still doing to react to this unfortunate circumstance. It's been professional and it's been extremely well done. And I have to say, the secretary yesterday, I reached out to her office. I think it might be 15 minutes later that I got a call from the secretary, immediately responding to requests. I talked to NIM about the need for Army Corps support and some other stuff. Immediately talked to the secretary about it. The collaboration, the teamwork, local, state, and federal. I cannot overstate the extent to which everybody set aside turfs or any of those kinds of things to deliver for the people of Texas. Now, we're far from having finished the job. We're all here knowing that we still have work to do. We're still prayerful. We're still hopeful. Obviously, there's a lot here that we're dealing with, but I'm deeply appreciative for that coordination. And last point that I'll just make is, and I've said this a little bit earlier this morning, there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and a lot of second guessing and Monday morning quarterbacking. And I just wanted to pick up on what I think the governor said about 800.
Listen, chat room. I seen Mab out there. When Mab has to say something to you, I know it's getting bad. Okay. So listen, everybody be cool. We're dealing with a tragedy right now. The last thing we need is people arguing and fighting in the chat room. We need to come together. This is something bigger than us, right? This ain't something to be fighting, arguing, and, going on each other about. We all know that these people in Texas need our prayers. Let's be respectful to each other. Let's don't, tragedy happens. Let's don't fall apart. Let's stand strong together. It's time for people to unite, not tear each other down. Okay. So let's get along, or try to. Somebody says something you don't like, just don't pay it no mind. You do you, boo. Okay. Just be cool, guys. Be cool.
50 something individuals that were moved quickly in this circumstance, and in a once in a century flood where you get 12, 14 inches, where you get a 26 to 30 foot increase in water in the course of an hour and a half at 4 to 6 o'clock in the morning on a holiday. And that's what we're dealing with in these circumstances and where those camps are. There's a lot of people saying why and how, and I understand that. And I understand why parents would be asking those questions and all of the media. But where we are right now in terms of what we've done to be able to protect people, move them, get them out of the camps, and the heroic efforts of people that worked in those camps, directors of the camps, people who own the camps, who not just risked their lives, gave their lives to try to go save the lives of those kids. That's who they are as Texans. And I'm so proud of that. And I'm so proud of the work that everyone's done to do that. And now we just got to finish the job and be with the people. And importantly, pray for the families who've lost their loved ones.
Thank you. Now, Kerr County Judge Kelly.
Our properties were devastated, and I barely got home yesterday. I started my morning ushering in a crew with a skid steer and 2 dump trailers, 3 trucks, 9 men to start trying to rebuild what went down the river. I then had the opportunity to come here, where I was asked to go over to the funeral home. I had issues over there. I am a 50-year lawyer and a mediator and arbitrator, and we had some issues that needed attention. And I got to see firsthand many of the body bags, and it breaks my heart. And coming back from that, we had a opportunity to go on a helicopter ride with the senator and the mayor and inspect the devastation. We flew all the way up the South Fork, all the way to Criders. And you can see what's happened, and it's going to be a long time before we're ever going to be able to clean it up, much less rebuild it. But there's nothing on the other side of Criders. It's just hill country. And we didn't know. We know we get rains. We know the river rises. But nobody saw this coming. And
yes, Joey, most likely, but let's pray that ain't the
what
case.
I really have to report to you is it was a godsend to be able to get out of the helicopter, walk back into this building, and sit down with these people and cooperate arm in arm, hand in hand, to do the best we can to work the process. The rescue has gone as well as can be expected. It's getting time now for the recovery. And that's going to be a long, toilsome task for us. And what I would reiterate that I've heard others say is as long as we stay together, we'll get this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Mayor Herring.
I want to start off by saying thank you on behalf of the city of Kerrville and our 20.
Yes, an air siren would be good for these rural areas, especially that have spotty internet or cell phone service, to have, you know, an air raid siren go off or some type of warning system. You know, maybe somebody would have showed up at the camp, you know, but listen, we're past that point, right? Shoulda, coulda, woulda don't work right now. Okay. That'll work moving forward. You know, let's change things, make sure these campers in the future are safe from that river. Everybody knows, you know, when you live near a river or you're near a river, there's the possibility of severe flooding. Okay. It just comes with being on the water. You know, even here at the ocean front, we have real like surges of water that come up, you know. So you have to be prepared when you live in these areas that are prone to these type of national disasters. Like, we have here in Virginia hurricane awareness, like what you're supposed to do in evacuating for a hurricane, where to go, shelter up, you know. So all these things are in place because we're in a place that's prone to get hit by hurricanes. Okay. So we're pretty much prepared for it. We have a good system for it. And it just don't sound like, even though that they were on the river, that they had a very good system in place for this type of national disaster. And you heard the homeowner that lived on the river. This is a once in 200 year storm. This usually don't happen. So were they prepared for it? Probably not. Right. But you have to learn from that. So 200 years from now, this don't happen again, because if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat history. Okay. So if that happened 200 years ago, you know it could happen again, right? There should have been better measures in place.
25,000 citizens. I want to say thank you to the federal government, the state government, county government. You know, as I look around the room in the Emergency Operations Center, I don't see different agencies from the state, the federal, the county. I see one team working together. It's important for our community to know it's one team. We will rescue those in peril, and we will find those who are lost. I continue to ask
God, that water's deep.
Who sees this today to pray for Kerrville and Kerr County. We need your prayers. And thank God we have the help of the federal government and the state government in this horrible, horrible crisis. Thank God for our country, and thank God for all the help we are receiving today. Thank you.
Now, TDM Chief Nimkid.
Thank you, Governor. My heart breaks. It's broken for those families that have lost their loved ones, and that fuels our drive to continue to search for them, and we will not stop until we find every one of them. I have to start by thanking our local first responders. Those men and women on the streets live here, they work here, their families are here, yet they got on the truck and they got in the car and they got in the ambulance and they went out and they did everything they could to save their neighbors. You also have volunteers all over this county that do the job for free, that were out there working to save lives, many times putting their own lives and their property at risk. Our state partners have been phenomenal, nothing short. Madam Secretary, your federal team has been nothing short of remarkable and impressive. I'm grateful for that. Every time I've reached out to you or your staff or Acting Administrator Richardson or the Acting Regional Administrator, I don't think the phone.
Sandra, thank you for subbing up, and all you guys out there watching. If you haven't subbed yet, sub up to us. Help us hit 71,000 is the next goal. I appreciate it, and thank you for being here with us tonight. And listen, if you're brand new or old, just do me one favor. Say a little prayer for these 27 girls missing tonight, that they are recovered alive and safe. Okay? This is terrible, and those kids need our prayers tonight. So make sure you throw one in there. No matter what God you pray to, just ask for these kids to be recovered safely.
Phone has rang twice before you've answered. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here with us. Life safety continues to be our #1 priority. We will continue the search until all those that are missing are found. We will start cleanup and property damage assessments as soon as possible. Our teams from FEMA have been in the State Emergency Operations Center since before we started operating on this event. They are exactly where we need them to be, doing exactly what we need them to be doing. Our Border Patrol partners have been here, and I'm so grateful for the U.S. Coast Guard. Acting Administrator Richardson and Regional Administrator Stoller have been great partners to us. We continue to work forward. And if I may, I'd just like to run across a few more of the numbers. 1,331.
The age group is 6 and 10 years old. Okay. Little kids. That's what makes it so bad. And we're talking waters, strong flood waters, and kids that are small kids, not teenage kids, below teenage years, from 6 to 10 years old.
State additional personnel that have been added to this response on top of all your local responders. Over 906 state assets here. That's 125 from our agency, 172 from the Urban Search and Rescue Team at Texas Task Force 1, over 160 from the
Joe, let's don't make nothing political here. This is a time we stand together, no matter if you on the blue side, red side, green side, purple side. It don't matter. If you're a damn alien from space, let's don't get all political, right? We're all family. We're all brothers and sisters on this planet, no matter how we see things. And when something like this happens, we should all stand together, not be divided. So please don't come in here and try to divide the room. That's not cool. All right. Appreciate it, brother.
Department of Public Safety, over 250 from the Texas Department of Transportation, 170 from the Texas Wildlife Department, Military Department 136, and the A&M Forest Service here with 115, and almost 190 people on the health and medical side. Governor, our team stands ready to assist this community.
Thank you very much. One last thing, and that is, there is a word that's been the most common word that's been spoken over the past 36 hours, and that is the word prayer. It's been repeated by the people who are watching this as we speak right now. It's repeated often on social media, through phone calls, through texts. And those prayers are answered in so many ways. Answered by that child who was being swept down the river and happened to find a tree to cling on and was able to continue with uncommon strength to be able to remain clinging to that tree until a helicopter was able to descend upon her and lift her out of that harrowing situation. It could have been the reason why water stopped rising into a home or a cabin or something that would have caused an entire building to float away. It could be the reason why there have been so many people have been located wherever they were down the river basin. Could be something that prevented somebody from getting into the water to begin with.
Amen.
All we know is that prayer does work.
Yep.
Your prayers have made a difference. We ask for continued prayers as we continue our efforts to locate everybody who's been affected by this, and pray so much
for the families who have lost a loved one, who are going through challenging times that they never imagined on the 3rd of July that something like this would happen. Prayer matters. And we thank God Almighty. God has blessed Texas and will continue to bless our great state. We'll take a few questions.
Thank you, Lady Justice.
Sure.
What I can tell you is there's still 27. We have recovered some additional bodies at this time. We're trying to identify at this time. What I can tell you, an update, there's 32 deceased. 18 of those are adults and 14 are children. 5 of the adults remain unidentified and 3 children remain unidentified. We're still working on that this time. As I said earlier this morning, the numbers are going to continue to change. They're going to continue to change till we're done. It's been a very good day as far as being out there and being able to do some things, and we've got a lot done.
Chief, early on, there was a lot of conflicting information about the search, about the number of fatalities, the missing, even a lot of families and parents were rightfully concerned and more importantly, confused about all this information. We just heard the judge refer to this as a shift from rescue to recovery. Can you clarify what that means? Are we talking about these missing people no longer believed to be alive?
You'll need the judge to answer that piece. Our state assets and local partners are continuing to search for live victims.
Is there any indication that there are still people out there alive? Any evidence?
History would tell us that after a certain time period, those chances diminish. And we can talk about all of the numbers and the metrics on that. Our hope and prayer is that there are still people alive that are out there, and we are still actively searching for them.
Amen.
And we will continue. And listen, that will turn into recovery at some point. And none of us want to put a time period on that right now. But when you talk to the men and women that are up there in those helicopters and out in those boats and walking the ground, they're looking for live people right now and doing everything they can to continue this search as fast as possible.
And Judge, just a moment to clarify, because we want to be very clear with especially families and parents that are watching this. What makes you feel like this has gone from rescue to potential recovery? Because there is a difference.
We will eventually get to the recovery.
2 more questions.
Well, we're going to do more than 2 more questions. I want to say this. My instruction to every state agency involved in this is to assume everybody who is missing is alive. And there's a need for speed. Not just every hour, every minute counts, which is why there's people in the air, people in the water, people on the ground right now, because they're looking to save every last life, and we will not give up that effort.
Good answer.
Why was the National Weather Service not pinging their phones before 7 o'clock the day of 4th of July? We need the federal people to answer that maybe for us. I got updates at 7 o'clock. First one I heard, and I've heard updates throughout the week, but not before 7 o'clock in the morning. Wasn't that a fundamental failure of the federal government's response?
Drones would be good.
My background is before I was in the secretary position here under the Trump administration, I was.
Guys, mods, if people are in here trolling, make sure you get them out quickly, okay? Or time them out, at least time them out if they say anything crazy. This is what we do. We give you 2 timeouts, and then the third strike, you're up out of here, okay? This ain't the place to do this tonight. We're talking about a tragedy involving at least 27 missing kids right now, 14 kids dead. So there's no room for trolling tonight, guys. Zero tolerance.
Governor of South Dakota and served in Congress for 8 years before I was governor. And so I will tell you that for decades, for years, everybody knows that the weather is extremely difficult to predict, but also that the National Weather Service over the years at times has done well. And at times we have all wanted more time and more warning and more alerts and more notification. That is something, and one of the reasons that when President Trump took office, that he said he wanted to fix and is currently upgrading the technology. And the National Weather Service has indicated that with that and NOAA that we needed to renew this ancient system that has been left in place with the federal government for many, many years. And that is the reforms that are ongoing there. The timeline that I have, I don't oversee the National Weather Service. That's not under my department, but but the timeline that I did receive from them was that the
Thank you, Frida.
notifications started to look at its expansion for its limited flood impact area that started on July 3rd at 1:18 p.m. The flood watch was issued. Although it was moderate, it wasn't to the extremes that it was, that when the system came over the area that it stalled, it was much more water, that, much like I think we experienced during Harvey, the same type of system that was unpredictable in the way that it reacted and the way that it stopped right here and dumped unprecedented amounts of rain that caused a flooding event like this. They continue to elevate and up their notifications. When your notification hit your phone, sir, I'm sorry, I can't speak to when that is, but I do carry your concerns back to the federal government and to President Trump, and we will do all we can to fix those kinds of things that may have felt like a failure to you and to your community members.
Thank you, Justice.
But we know that everybody wants more warning time, and that's why we're working to upgrade the technologies that have been neglected by far too long to make sure that families have as much advanced notice as possible. But
one more question, folks. Can you please speak to the search efforts and where that's happening and what the challenges are?
Question was search efforts.
Where it's happening, challenges, what it's looking like.
Yeah, the entire river is being searched from the northernmost impact all the way as we run down. You have assets in the air that are still doing searches. You have boats that are in the water doing searches, and you have ground crews doing searches. As the water recedes, new areas being uncovered and searched, and you have human and canine that are working those banks and will continue. It's a grid situation where we've got maps in there in the EOC where you can see what group is assigned to what area and reporting back to command if they find or if they continue to clear. And that process is going to keep going. We are not stopping until we find everyone that's missing.
Great, thank you, everyone. That's all we got time for.
Go ahead.
As far as the resources people who are trying to recover, we have FEMA, we have the state, what can be dependent on the federal government and the state government in the time of need? There's a lot of that.
Well, as in every emergency situation, the local emergency responders put together what the request is through the state, and the state coordinates all of the response and what assets may be necessary and makes a request to us. So now that the governor has already requested this federal disaster declaration, they will start to tell us what the needs are, and the federal government will do all that we can to support.
Okay, trolls, don't forget, that I have a block button too. And you ain't but one button from being out of here. All right. So bam, see you later. Wouldn't want to be you.
Well, there already has been direct assistance. I mean, when you look at having Coast Guard assets here on the ground, we just requested more assets to be here, Border Patrol here. If there's more individuals and federal law enforcement officers, if we need, any assets that I may have under my purview, I've made available to NIM. And so he knows that if he needs something, it'll be here.
Great,
Thank you.
Everyone, appreciate it. Thank you, folks.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, Texas Governor Greg Abbott, and many more emergency officials giving an update.
Nick, thank you so much. Back to our coverage now in Kerrville. As we mentioned, the focus really continues to be on the missing, and we are also getting a better look at the aftermath. KXAN's Brianna Hollis is live for us along the Guadalupe River in Ingram. So, Bree, cleanup efforts now underway alongside rescue as well as recovery.
We're in Breeze right now.
That's right. We are here at the HTR campgrounds in Ingram, and there are so many cleanup crews out here right now. I want to first bring your attention to this crew that is trying to get a submerged car out of the water right now. And if we pan back over to
Wow.
RV, cover this
They're doing an hour
entire
for the 6, so that's
lot,
why.
and none are here right now. It's covered in mud. There are tree branches, limbs, cut stone everywhere. And if we take a look over here closer towards the building,
Thank you for
can
subbing.
see another vehicle. There's tires. It's crumpled. There is crumpled metal, all in a knotted mess with trees that were brought over here from the floodwaters. And earlier today, I spoke with someone whose house flooded, and they said they are used to rain and flooding here, but they'd never seen anything like this. We're going to go ahead and show you some video of what it looked like when the floodwaters came in and what.
Okay. So we're about 450 people from hitting 71,000. So if you're watching out there and you're not subbed up yet, Sub up the channel, ring the bell for notification, and thank you for all you guys who have subbed up and joined tonight. You are absolutely awesome. Prayers for the missing people here in Central Texas. 27 missing kids still, okay? 27 missing little girls aging from the ages 6 and up, swept away in these flood waters. And let's just pray to God that, let's say, all of them are recovered. But right now, it is looking very, very bad.
What that damage looks like today.
Get in the truck. Come on, Jack. By a phone call about 6:58 a.m. From a family member, asked if we'd seen the river, and that woke me up. Hadn't seen the river, took one look, and immediately jumped up and got everybody out of the house, and probably pulled about 50 feet off the property and just kind of hung out.
This was all underwater.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can see behind us. I guess it would be equal with our heads right now.
Wow. And there's,
right.
what's that blue in the tree?
An old trash can, I guess. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, it's definitely opened up the entire view. I mean, I've seen a lot of floods, but this is something else right here.
Now, the family did say they lost a kitten in the storm. The rest of their several pets are accounted for. And tonight they are very grateful that everyone else in the family is okay, Jen.
All right, Bree, we were talking last night. You've been there on and off for the
past 24
hours. A lot of uncertainty last night. I know yesterday you said a lot of people were coming up to you, asking you for information. You were in your KXAN gear. Are you getting the same sense of that now, or do you feel like they have a little more information that they can go on?
There are definitely still a lot of questions. So far today, no one has approached me about the camp situation specifically, but there are still people out here looking for their loved ones. Now that the floodwaters have really receded and there's been more access granted into certain places, people are kind of out here doing their own types of searches safely now because the water's not up. And I did just speak with a very, very sweet family. I want to note that everyone who I've spoken with out here has just been absolutely wonderful. I spoke with a father and his son who are looking for their parents and grandparents who were swept away in the floods from this campground, and we are going to hear from them later on tonight.
All right, Brianna Hollis, thank you so much. Of course, we'll be checking in with you in a few minutes. Thank you again for that.
43 dead, 28 adults, 15 children, 12 adults have not been identified at this hour, 5 children have not been identified. They continue to say 27 campers from Camp Mystic are known missing. They can't put a number right now on the unknown missing, the people that were there visiting, people that were camping, people that were in some of these homes that we've reported on that were swept away in the Kerrville area.
And those leaders, obviously, as they're giving devastating news, the city manager said, "We knew it would be that day." They knew last night when they were updating us throughout the day yesterday. They knew that once things settled down, the rain stopped, and that daylight would break, that we were going to continue to get devastating news. And that death toll has continued to climb. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say we also got a glimpse at the search. They're searching grid by grid. We heard that from Nim Kidd earlier. What the city manager said is they are searching 100 meters on each side of the river. That's where the search and rescue operations are taking place, on foot, in the air. There are dogs, there are people on the river itself, game wardens that are going up and down. And 1 mile north of Hunt to Ingram, all the way to Kerrville and beyond is where these search and rescue operations are taking place. And the city manager very clear that that's the priority.
Right.
That the search and rescue is the priority right now. And the search and rescue takes precedence over everything, including buildings and cars and all that are in that area. They're looking for people right now.
Yeah, the only thing they said about buildings was that some crews were going into some homes, and that's when they usually put down something with spray paint just to.
Lady for Justice says, Dolly, take a flight out there with your drones. I don't have the finances right now to do that. If I did, I just got my real ID in the mail today, so I can fly now. Thank God, right? But right now, I'm a little strapped. I had a lot of bills this month, right? Which hit me kind of hard. So hopefully next month I'll be a little more financially able to move around. But right now, I'm just, to be honest with you, I'm strapped. If I had it, I could possibly do something, but I just don't have it like that. I wish I did.
Let other rescuers know that other first responders have been there. There are hundreds of first responders.
I didn't have a passport. I just got my real ID today. Okay. Just today, I just got it. Matter of fact, when I got home, I checked the mail and it was there. I was like, thank you, God, because I've been waiting for it for days.
Right now on the ground. And the one thing that they also said that gave me hope was that this is when the Kerr County Sheriff spoke. He said, we're in good shape. We have all the resources that we need.
I mean, I do got my
drone
drone right
we
here.
find the last body. But I'm saying that because we have heard from, local, county, state, federal aid that's been, or help, resources that have been given to this search effort, that they're saying we have the people that we need on this right now in order to try and rescue as many people as we can. Dalton.
Well, they couldn't really stop me from droning because I can drone from a mile away. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have to be in sight and I can launch the drone. So, I mean, if I could get close to the water, that would be great and drone from there because I would have a longer range. But my drone will fly 5 miles away. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I could be a good ways away and still drone the area, But, they got helicopters up. So the last thing you want to do is crash your drone into a helicopter or be in the way. But if you could keep it in eyesight and search, would be ideal, but that way, if you've seen a helicopter coming, you could, bring it back in, because you don't want to cause no other accidents out there. Okay.
Rice, the city manager, when he spoke, he said, we are in a marathon. Now, the other thing.
And he also talked about the fact that they're trying to figure out right now where their first responders can go to get a break, where their first responders can go to catch their breath. I thought it was also very nice of him to say he hopes the media takes a break and gets to rest, because this is a marathon. It's not something that's going to be over by the end of the day. I thought that was very well spoken when he said that.
I also wanted to talk about what other people who maybe live in Kerrville and don't have any damage, but some of what they're going through as well, because, there are also people that have lost access to utilities. As far as the water, you have to remember that when you have this much water being dumped out, coming from, and also water that is picking up vehicles, cars. I mean, how about that video that we saw in Hunt where that gas pump was knocked over?
Right.
We don't know about
a number of gas pumps.
All those nasty chemicals that are in that water right now. They don't want the water, the drinking water in Kerrville, to become contaminated. So what they're saying is that they're operating on well water right now. There are restoration efforts across the state, and you have linemen, so many other people from across the state of Texas coming in to try and restore power.
Yeah, they expect they could be on well water in Kerrville for 4 weeks. Luckily, they have that capacity, but instead of using the Guadalupe River for part of their water, they can't right now. They got to wait for it to kind of flush out there. So that's going to be a 4-week process. Also, we got a glimpse into just how many rescues are taking place at the 18 camps that are along the Guadalupe that stretch from Kerrville to Ingram to Hunt, and then further up towards the north and the south fork of the Guadalupe River. They said that they have had hundreds of rescues so far that have been carried out at some of these other camps other than Camp Mystic, hundreds. And that some of these camps are self-evacuating or sheltering in place, that they have the capability to do that. Even though some of them may still be without power. They said Hunt could be without power for days. Parts of Hunt, Texas, that they are sheltering in place. They have food, they have water, they have everything they need. They're just letting people know we're fine, but we're staying put because we don't want to tax the resources that are out there searching for people who may still be out there alive along the banks of the Guadalupe River.
He did make it clear that county leaders and rescuers have been in touch with some of those people also who have let them know, hey, we're okay. So that is obviously good there. But yeah, there's no clear number. I'm sure that while he was speaking there were lots of other people being rescued as well. So that's why it's impossible to really say how many people have been rescued. When this is all said and done, obviously we should have a clear idea as to what that number is.
And speaking this morning, we are going to have Kern County Sheriff Larry Khalifa leading us off. United States Representative Chip Roy is here with us. Kerrville Mayor Joe Herring Jr. will be speaking briefly, and Kerrville City Manager Dalton Rice. And when we are done, because we are still in active search and recovery mode, we're going to keep this short. We'll allow 5 questions, and I'm going to turn it over now to Sheriff Lee. Thank you.
This is probably a lot of y'all know Sheriff Larry Lee, Kirk County. One thing I want to tell you, I appreciate y'all covering this. One thing I'm really big about is transparency. Really appreciate y'all getting the message out there. We will do our best. Like I said, we'll have 2 more briefings out there to get you information as we get it. What I want to start with, I want to make sure you understand. These numbers I'm going to give you are at 8:55 a.m. this morning. These are changing rapidly, okay? So every time, the next time we meet, I'll update you, but just bear with us, okay? They will be changing. They're already changing them up here, and we'll try to do a really good job. I've got some notes here I'm going to read because I want to be pretty accurate on this. Then I'll talk a little bit before I turn it over to Chip Roy. We are now more than 24 hours into this tragic event, and Kerrville Police Department, Kerrville Fire Department, and Kirk County Sheriff's Office, and other first responders from around the Texas are continuing to conduct rescue and recovery operations along the Guadalupe River corridor. So far, we've evacuated over 850 uninjured people, 8 injured people, and have recovered 27 deceased fatalities at this time. Of these 27, 18 are adults, 9 are children. Of that, 6 of the adults are unidentified, and 1 of the children are unidentified at this time. That's at 8:55 this morning.
Now, we know since then the death toll has risen to at least 15 kids, and the death toll is at 51. We're still missing at least 27 kids from the Mystic Campground that haven't been recovered. They have said that this is still a search and rescue mission, that they're still searching for people that are alive. So if you're a family out there and you're watching this, please don't give up hope.
I have in-laws that live in Kerrville that run the Texas Lions that are helping out. It's not good.
Yes, we know it's not good, but let's keep hope alive for the families out there. We're praying for you guys, and miracles do happen. We got 972 likes on this video. Thank you guys for everybody that has liked it. And for you guys that haven't liked it, shame on you. Shame on you. Okay. So if you're just coming in, like the video, sub up. I think we're like 440 people away from hitting 71,000. You guys that are subbing up, you guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. And let's keep those prayers alive. All right. We need our prayer warriors. Listen, I believe right now the reason I am here with you is because of prayer. I truly, in my heart, believe that. I would have been gone with little baby Jesus if it wasn't for power of prayer. So I firsthand know that prayer absolutely 100% works. And I believe that with all my heart.
We're unable to release any further information on deceased at this time as our thoughts and prayers go out to the loved ones. We are working hard to locate anyone who is still missing and to ensure they are safe. There are 2 ways that you can report missing people. This is something I would really like y'all to spend some time getting out. One of the ways is via phone. We have a call center set up to accept information and share that information along our relief and incident commanders. That number is 830-285-1111. I'll repeat, 830-285-1111.
Correction, it's 258.
Correction, 258. Sorry about that. I'm going to repeat it one more time. 258. Number for the final time.
Thank you.
830-258-1111. 1111. Is everybody good? Second way is via email. Like the phone number, information received will be shared along our relief teams. That email is floodrecovery@co.tx.us. Repeating one more time, floodrecovery@co.tx.us. There is a shelter for the general public who needs assistance at the First United Methodist Church, 321 Thompson Drive in Kerrville. 321 Thompson Drive, Kerrville. At present, we don't need material or volunteer donations at this time. We are coordinating with a strong state response currently. Cash donations can be made to the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Once again, donations can be made to the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country.
Whataburger Cup is making
Our
me
first
a San
responders
Antonio roll.
along have been working tirelessly and will continue to conduct search and rescue operations until all citizens are accounted for. Tragic incidents like this affect us all. This community is strong and will continue to pull together during this tragic time. We have been humbled by the outpouring of support. We are very appreciative of everyone that's stepped up to help us. One thing I want to tell you and assure y'all is that we will not stop till every single person is found. We've got all the resources we need. We're here for the long haul. As I said, numbers will be changing rapidly. But like I said, we will not stop till everybody. I can't tell you, I've been asked how long will this take? I can't tell you how long it's going to take. It's going to take a while. Appreciate y'all. Like I said, getting the word out. Like I said, after this we're going to take about 5 questions. At this time, I'm going to introduce you to United States Representative Chip Roy. He's going to say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'll be brief. I'm here to show support for the community. My family comes here to Kerrville for 4th of July virtually every year. Come here for Robert Earl shows, and we were planning to be here for the show with Robert Earl and Beckman. But these are the events that we're dealing with today, and trying to explain to a world that's watching this and asking questions what a flash flood looks like, where you have a 26 to 30 foot rise in the water in a matter of an hour, 4 to 6 a.m. on a holiday, and the people that are having to respond to that. I just got everybody to pause, take a breath for the recriminations and the Monday morning quarterbacking, because there's so many great people in this community that are responding and moving quickly. Lives lost, saving people, like camp directors, and I'm going to let other people name names and stuff. That's not my job here, but we know the stories of people that have been heroic in trying to make sure that the lives lost was at a minimum, and trying to recover individuals. I got a call and an update this morning. My kid's school, there was one of their schoolmates was missing, and she was on a mattress for 2-3 hours in the middle of the night.
Loading. All board.
She's united with her mom, and that's wonderful. And those are the kind of blessings that we should be celebrating, while we're also mourning the loss of life as we identify those that didn't make it and are now home with their Lord. So I just want to appreciate the first responders, the coordinated effort from the state, local, and federal partnerships. Yesterday I was on the phone with the president, with the secretary. I expect we'll have some additional visitors today. I'll let other people talk about that, but I couldn't even get the conversation out with the secretary, trying to explain to her what we were dealing with. That doesn't happen often for me, but it took me a while to collect myself to even be able to tell her what we were looking at. And they've been fantastic, made available immediately at the request. I talked to NIM about the need for help in the Army Corps, talked to the secretary and their team, and they're immediate. It's been an extraordinary partnership. I think there's been 1,000 or so boots on the ground combined between state, local, and federal. I'll let them say the numbers, but obviously hundreds of people that have been rescued, 160 plus air rescues. Yes. I think that number's going up. Airlifting and taking in resources, some of these camps that are isolated. So let's focus on that. Let's focus on finding those who can be found. And then we can always assess what we need to do later going forward. But extremely proud of this community. Let's finish the job here over the next few days, support the local law enforcement and first responders, and pray for the families, particularly those who have lost loved ones. With that, I'll turn it over to the mayor. Thanks, Joe.
I'm Mayor Joe Herring Jr., Mayor of Kerrville, Texas. I'm glad you're here, and I have a few comments to make. People need to know today will be a hard day. It will be a hard day. This is the message I want to share. The city of Kerrville is thankful. We have help from our city crews, from county personnel, from state agencies, and federal resources, including the Coast Guard. I have been asked how people can help. The sheriff has mentioned that a fund has been set up by the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Information about this can be found on the city's Facebook page. In fact, if you want to know how to help, I know from my phone, from my texts, from my emails, thousands of people across our state and the world want to know how they can help. The easiest way to get information about that is to follow the City of Kerrville Facebook page. City of Kerrville, City Hall Facebook page. They have done an admirable job of making sure all resources and all information is available, not only to the citizens of Kerrville, but to the citizens of the world. I'm thankful you're here. Today will be a hard day. Please pray for our community. Thank you. Next up is City Manager Dalton Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. Dalton Rice, the city manager for the city of Kerrville. Just wanted to give a couple updates on operations. Operations did continue through the evening. We used specialized equipment with a lot of helicopters trying to identify any areas that we could find, heat sources or whatever. So operations did continue throughout the night. Obviously, the water did recede into this morning. I do want to encourage folks with road damage, even though a road may be open, please use extreme caution. If water does get under the road, we are seeing a lot of debris, a lot of asphalt that is washing up, so there could be some other damaged areas. We did start boots on the ground operations about 8 a.m. this morning and started about southwest of Hunt, so southwest of Camp Mystic. These folks will be traveling very difficult terrain up through Ingram, and we're going to start getting information. So again, as the sheriff had alluded to, the information is changing constantly, and it's going to be changing by the minute. Talk about roads. Don't do your own searches. We know everybody wants to get help. As the roads start clearing up, you're gonna want to get out there. We are in constant communication with families. We're in constant communication with those around, and so we will continue to effortlessly work through working with our partners. Again, we've been working with Border Patrol, Texas DPS, game wardens, federal side. U.S. Coast Guard is here. We want to thank them. Air assets. Again, we have hundreds of state and federal and local resources out here supporting this community. We do have grief counselors out there.
Thank you so much.
That needs any support, please don't hesitate to reach out as well. We still are operating shelters. Shelters are the same ones that we gave out before. Good news is a lot of the shelters have gone down in numbers. So there's either been those that have been reunited or kind of moving on. A couple of locations, we had 18 girls in there that have been reunited with their families. We're down to about 4 that we're working on.
Thank you, Lisa.
As well. So reunification efforts are continuously ongoing from the missing person side. Here over the next few hours, we're going to be putting more information out there as far as missing persons, on how to contact if you have somebody that is missing or a loved one. You'll have the camp number right now. We are continuously working on the other missing person side. The best way that I can sum this up is we have the known, which is the 27 potential missing campers that we're looking for now. The unknown is how many people were here locally, visiting, on vacation, doing other things in the community that we just do not have numbers. So these numbers are going to change throughout the day. And with that, we will take 5 questions.
How many people are still missing?
On the missing individuals, the 27, are those all, as you said, campers, are those all children? And then also, we know the total number of missing that you know of, not the unknowns, obviously, but the knowns, adults and children for the county?
The 27 missing is the children from Camp Mystic that we have as far as right now for the number. As far as unknown other missing, we do not have an accurate count, and we don't even want to begin to estimate at this time.
Can you expand on that, Mr. Rice? A lot of people in the community, business owners, people that are living along the river have said they are very concerned the number will go up of missing, and they want to know more about how you guys are looking for them, what the efforts are, maybe even some of the challenges. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I alluded to with the operations piece, we have basically a team of about 34 folks from Texas Task Force 1, DPS, game wardens, and Border Patrol that are boots on the ground on each side of the river, starting in Hunt, and they're starting to make their way up. Across this entire area, it's probably about a 17-kilometer stretch. They are going to be in very debris terrain, very difficult, challenging contours along the riverbanks. So it is a very harsh environment. We are doing what's called a primary search, which is basically a very quick search, but when I say quick,
no problem with a tiger.
Sideways, they're turning over as many rocks as they can, culverts up in trees. They are looking at every possible location, and then we'll start going into a layered approach, or what we also have from the locals, which has been a really great resource. In the floods that we have, there are known collection points where debris tends to collect along the riverbank. We do have intel on what sites and locations those are, so we can also put additional resources into those collection sites and start getting a more focused approach on that.
We've seen a lot of tragic flooding. We've seen a lot of tragic flooding in central Texas over the past few weeks. There are so many people, I know this is so early, but there are so many people already asking what can be done to stop the loss of life. We saw 13 in San Antonio. We have seen an unknown number, but at least 27 here. They're scared.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think that's a question that we definitely need to answer at some point in time. Right now, our focus is on the search and rescue efforts, making sure that we get these families out, get some closure, where we can. And so I think that is a great question that we need to ask ourselves. But right now, we want to focus on search and rescue.
Are there still rescue efforts going on right now?
Yes, we are. We have been in continuous search and rescue operations. Again, this river, even though it started in West Kerr, this goes all the way down through East Kerr County and it's continuing on, to the southeast. So yes, search and rescue operations are continuously ongoing, and we'll continue to update on that.
So
One more question.
Where are you finding these folks right now who active rescues this morning? Are they stuck in an island of land? Where are they?
Typically rescues, if we do find them, they're going to be in trees or we find them, either on high ground. Again, most of the rescues that we are having at this point in time are other camps. So we have a lot of camps and they are all accounted for, but they are isolated because of road damage. So we know where they're at. We're getting them food, water, resources, and now it's a matter of just getting them safely across, low water crossings or other areas to other shelters.
There's so much confusion though about these kids. We know that there's missing kids, there's pictures and there's names and all this stuff. Are you going to give a list of the names of the kids?
Absolutely not. We are not going to give a list of the names. We want to protect, those families and their information.
Sure.
The other thing I want to point out, and thank you for bringing that up, these families are getting bombarded with spam calls and spam information.
Sure.
So we want to keep the kids' information and these families' names out of any public, light, to give them the opportunity to grieve and to make sure that we give them the best possible resources that we can and get them reconnected.
So it's their families who are putting their
So,
stuff out there.
Some of them are, and some of those have been a great help as well. So yes, it is a double-edged sword, but we need to work through it. So our next one will be at 2:00 and we'll give updates then. Thank you.
All right. They didn't answer much.
My husband panicking, all he's seeing is the water rising. It's already up to our hips and steadily going up faster and faster. And so he goes and he tries to break the window open with his fist, and it sliced his main artery and his arm.
Oh, man.
Y'all live at a trailer park here in Kerrville. Ingram.
Wow. Busted the window out, sliced his main artery, and almost cut his whole damn arm off trying to get out from the floods. Like, you got to think there's other ways people could get hurt without, drowning or the water even getting them. Wow.
River's Edge.
talk to me about, again, one at a time. No need to talk to me about what happened this morning, starting with the rising water, and then we'll obviously get what happened to Julian.
Julian got home at 1. We went to bed about 3. I just went outside to look for my oldest son's meds, and there was little puddles on the ground. We went to bed about 5 a.m. My mother-in-law and my son come in and woke us up, said it was flooding. They're screaming, panicking. I get up, put clothes on. The water's up to my ankles already. We go and look in the kitchen. We're looking out the window. My car's moved from the front door down to my mother-in-law's room, a good, 10, 15 feet. And then,
not to ask a painful question, but when you're seeing this, you're just woken up, there's this rising water. What's going through your mind? What are you feeling in that moment?
we were panicking. We didn't know what we were going to do. We wanted to see how high the water was, to see if there was a chance of us getting up, higher ground. We tried to open the front door, and water just came pouring in, just flooding. I was barely able to get the door back shut. Julian went to the window, was talking to them through the window.
Just for my own context, how far off the river is this trailer park?
200 yards.
Wow, 200 yards. So, and you're right behind them. You're in a trailer home right behind them.
Yes, sir.
Closer to the river.
And what is happening at the same time?
We were hearing the same thing, and we were hearing gurgling out of the toilet. My husband went to go look to see what it was, and by the time he's like, babe, the water was coming out. And by the time he said the water was coming out from every direction, it was just all the water was rising. We didn't know what to do. We were panicking. We were standing on our bed. The water was rushing. My brother was like, John, talking to my husband. And I was like,
y'all are close enough that y'all can shout to each other from these homes.
Yes. He's like, John. I was like, Julian. I was like, are you okay? He goes, yes. He goes, are you okay? I said, yes. And then I screamed back. I was like, I'm scared. He goes, me too. And that was it. And after that, that was the last thing I heard from him.
So when did things turn there?
We rushed back to the room to get our phones so we could call 911 to see what was going on, to see what we could do, to see if we could get help out. We called, we got rerouted to another county. They rerouted us back to Kerrville. They told us help was on the way, just to get to higher ground, just wait it out, that we'd be okay. My husband panicking, all he's seeing is the water rising. It's already up to our hips and steadily going up faster and faster. And so he goes and he tries to break the window open with his fist, and it sliced his main artery and his arm, almost cut his arm clean off.
Oh, man.
That is terrific. I'm so sorry.
God.
Just so I'm clear, though, the option was there was no, y'all were trapped.
We were trapped. We couldn't get out the front door. We couldn't get out in the windows. The water was already up almost to the windows. We didn't know where we were going to go. I had the kids up on the bed so that they weren't close to the water.
How many kids were? Two kids and your mother-in-law?
2 kids, my mother-in-law, and all of our animals.
And so he punches out this window to get you guys out. This is
trying to get us up on the roof, even though it was a metal roof and we would have slid off. He was just trying to do what they told us to get to higher ground. That's the only option we had.
And I'm stumbling for words because I can't imagine how terrible that was to be there and to watch this terrible thing that's happening.
It was horrifying. There was blood everywhere.
Hey, Bobby.
Gushing, he was screaming. He was like, somebody wrap it. I had both kids. I was trying to keep him on the bed because my baby was freaking out, and I didn't want him to fall into the water because it was already so deep and he can't swim. And so my mother-in-law had to tie the tourniquet, and she was freaking out and screaming and talking about, I don't know how to do this.
What happened after that?
The water kept rising. Julian tried to stay above it. He had lost so much blood at that point. He had no feeling in his arms. He was lethargic. He was barely able to form words. He was nodding in and out of the water. Me and my mother-in-law were having to hold him up and take care of our animals and our kids. And We kept him above water as long as we could, and
Wow.
he looked at us. He said, "I'm sorry, I'm not gonna make it. I love y'all." And within minutes, he was gone. His heartbeat stopped. We checked for a pulse. We slapped him. Nothing. He was gone.
How did y'all get out?
The water levels eventually started to lower. Well after we called 911 6 different times, got hung up on, told people were on the way.
Wow.
We'd seen a lifeboat at like 7:30. They didn't come. We were screaming. They put a black tag up.
You know, I keep asking this question, but like at that moment, I mean, your fiance passes. What's going through
He
your
was
mind?
already gone. The only thing I could think about was saving the kids, making sure that we made it alive, because it wasn't worth it to lose him and all of us die. He didn't do that for no reason. He did it to save us.
You know, right. And talk to me about that now that some time's passed. I mean, he was trying to save y'all. How are you reflecting on that now?
What do you mean?
I mean, this was pretty heroic.
Okay, let me touch on this for a second. You know, people deal with tragedies different ways, right? We expect people to be crying and upset and hard. You know, this girl has just went through something unbelievably tragic, right? Unbelievably tragic. And she is calm as can be. You know, because we talk about this a lot in missing kids, that, you know, she's not acting normal. This ain't how you act in a situation like this. She's in shock. Yeah, I think so too. She is really calm and very well spoken. And it's just unbelievable. You know that she's really destroyed. But some people hold it together when they turn the cameras on, you know. Now this just to touch on that, because we deal with a lot of mothers and a lot of people, we like their behavior is odd, right? But when I watch this girl, I don't feel like her behavior is odd. I feel like when that camera turns off, she's going to break down. And she did what she had to do to survive. Oh my God. I couldn't even imagine that, right? I couldn't even imagine it. It's just terrible bad luck. Damn. Prayers for her and her family. And look, let's just thank God the kids are alive. Thank God. Even though the tragedy happened, it could have been worse, that those floodwaters receded enough that they stayed in that trailer and survived. Wow.
I mean, extremely heroic, and the only thing he was worried about was getting us safe, making sure the kids were safe, making sure that we were okay, and he did the only thing that he could do. Like, we literally couldn't do anything else. We were trapped inside our back bedroom. Half of our house was gone. We were trapped by a door that wouldn't open because it was being pushed by water. I climbed over so much debris. I tried to literally rip the metal off the house so that I could open an opening big enough for us and the kids to get out. I cut my hands, my feet. I cared about nothing but making sure that we made it out, because nobody else cared.
And when did you learn what happened to Julian?
So I called my mother's phone. She answered. And I was like, what's going on? How are y'all doing? She said, Julian just cut his arm open. He's dying.
God.
And then, like, it just cut off. So I call him back. I was like, so how's Julian? She's like, we had to let him go. I was like, why'd y'all let him go? She's like, we need to save ourselves.
I had to save the kids.
And I was mad at first. But at the end of the day, my brother wouldn't have done it or have wanted it any other way. Because he cherished those kids with his life. He was a stay-at-home dad. He wanted every waking moment with those kids. And for him to do
Unbelievable.
such a selfless thing and not worry about him and worry about his two kids, his fiance and his mother. He didn't die in vain. And that's not ever going to stop us from remembering him.
This is obviously such a devastating travesty for y'all's community. 13 confirmed dead, dozens missing. I know y'all voiced me off camera concerns about the response from law enforcement and first responders.
I mean, between the two of us, we called 11 times, and every time we were hung up on and told we were going to get updates, and they hung up. We got no updates. We knew nothing. We didn't know when help was coming. We didn't know when anyone was. We didn't know if we were going to make it. We all thought we were going to die that day.
Mm-hmm.
This morning.
Yeah, I literally had to call my 3 kids and call them at 5:30 in the morning because I was on top of a bed and I was touching the roof. That's how far the water was. And it was above my head. So I'm 4'7" and it was above my head. So I was on top of the bed and I called my kids and I said, I love y'all. If I don't see y'all tomorrow, I love y'all.
My kids were trapped between a mattress and the roof for 90% of it just to keep them alive. I tried to put them in a tote at one point and it took on too much water. We got trapped on one side of the bedroom that was at the lower point because the trailer had already been ripped in half.
So the water eventually recedes. I mean, talk about how long did this whole ordeal take? How long were you trapped and
5
what
to
happened?
7:30.
5 to 7:30 for 2.5 hours. You're trapped. Water finally drops low enough.
Water is freezing. So much stuff is in the water. There's furniture. There's broken glass from the windows. There's all kinds of debris and stuff from breaking off the house.
Unbelievable.
Wade through, and when the water finally drops and we get to where we're going, we can't find Julian. All we're worried about is getting the kids to higher ground. My neighbor walked out from his house, got to us, helped me get the kids out, helped us get them up to dry land, and helped me go and get them out of their house because they were trapped.
We were trapped. We couldn't get out front door. We couldn't get out the window because when it was raining, our car got taken too in the flood. And their house, so where they were at, where my brother passed away at, that little area hit where my bedroom was, where mine and my husband, we were sleeping. So we were trapped. We couldn't get out of the front door of our bedroom. We couldn't get out of like the windows.
Wow.
We were trapped for like dear life. So I really thought we were going to pass away. We finally had to literally pick up our refrigerator and move it just to get to the back door, just for us to get out. And we still didn't know if the electricity was on or not to touch the water.
So we had to risk it. And then me and my neighbor went and we searched the other 2 trailers that were at the back closest to the water, tried to look for any survivors. We didn't find any survivors. We didn't hear anything. We looked as thoroughly as we could without risking ourselves. And then I went back and I found Julian's body and I uncovered him. And my dad found me and my sister-in-law breaking over his body.
Wow.
Take a look at this drone video of the San Gabriel River. This was sent by.
That, I have to say, is an unbelievable story. I mean, I don't know what I would do. I don't think I could be holding it together that good. Right? Like, oh my God, this girl just went through like some of the scariest shit on the planet. Wow. Wow. Prayers to her fiance, I mean, hindsight's 2020. He probably should have grabbed something and busted the window out. But I guess in a time of you're panicking and you don't know what to do, and you put your hand through the window. I mean, I think that's what killed him. It don't sound like the water killed him. It sounds like the cut killed him. But man, no help whatsoever. And 911 is hanging up on you and the water's closing in. Damn, that. Wow. I mean, I don't know what to say, but wow. I feel blessed, because while these people were fighting for their life, I was watching fireworks and the weather was beautiful. And then our brothers and sisters in Texas are struggling to stay alive. And where I was at, I had no news letting me know that people were fighting for their lives or anything. So I didn't even know about this. Right. And on a holiday when people are supposed to be having fun and celebrating and enjoying, America, Mother Nature rears its ugly head and destroys a lot of lives. It's just wow. And I mean, the devastation's unbelievable. The amount of water that came so fast. And we just went through a lot of this stuff here in North Carolina, Eastern Virginia, right? Like where I'm at. And so a couple months ago, I was able to go down to search for Sebastian Rogers and Summer Wells and Layla Santinella. And when I came back, I purposely went back through the areas that were affected by the flood. Because, you see it on TV and you get a concept of what's going on, right? But when I drove through those towns and in rural Virginia and North Carolina, I had never, ever in my life seen devastation the way I seen driving back. And it's one of these things you need to see to understand it, right? So I'm actually glad that I went that way back through the mountains so I could see these areas and some small towns that were affected. And of course, I stopped in and talked to some of the locals, and they were sharing stories like, yeah, my town's good. We're kind of uphill a little bit, but the town downstream is completely gone. Right. And you see how these people band together. Thank you guys for subbing up. That is awesome of you. And you see how strong these people are and how communities, especially small communities, how they're all friends and family and how they bond together to make it through something so devastating. And you would think people at this point would pack up and leave, but no, they were ready to rebuild. We're ready to rebuild. We're not leaving our homes. And they stood together, and as of now, they're still rebuilding, but the devastation is still there, right? Like it's like, I mean, it uprooted trees and homes and buildings and they had pushed it all into this huge pile. And I mean, it was massive. It was absolutely crazy to see. I mean, I had never seen nothing like it, and like I said, I've seen real bad hurricane. I've lived through some crazy hurricanes, let me tell you, which I've seen trees literally flying down the street, trees, power lines. I've seen store windows get sucked out from the pressure from hurricanes, like glass just fly, everything flying out the stores from hurricanes, tornadoes. I've seen devastate some stuff, but that was the first time I've seen the damage from what I'm going to say a real flood can actually do. And it was unbelievable.
By viewer Greg Swanson. Williamson County officials tell KXAN 3 people are still missing. And for a little perspective here, the San Gabriel River floods once the water reaches 9 feet, but it crested at 33 feet. That was around midday today, a full 24 feet above flood stage. Water started to recede immediately after cresting, and it's currently at 16 feet, still in moderate flood stage. Well, over in Kerr County tonight, family members confirm multiple young girls attending Camp Mystic did not survive the catastrophic flooding that struck that area over the weekend. KXAN investigator Kelly Wiley reports that state officials say search and rescue crews are still searching for dozens of girls.
Tonight, as search and rescue crews continue their desperate search along the Guadalupe River for missing campers, some families are grieving.
The heroic efforts of people that worked in those camps, directors of the camps, people who owned the camps, who not just risked their lives, gave their lives to try to go save the lives of those kids.
The family of Mystic camper Lila Bonner confirming today that she did not survive the floods that inundated the camp, saying they are praying endlessly for others to be spared from this tragic loss.
Our hope and prayer is that there are still people alive that are out there, and we are still actively searching for them, and we will continue. And listen, that will turn into recovery at some point.
According to the camp's website, Mystic has operated in the Hill Country for nearly 100 years. The camp's owners, Dick and Tweety Eastland, were hosting roughly 750 children over this July 4th weekend.
It's the most wonderful family, the most wonderful Christian loving camp in the world. And I hope my girls get to go back.
Former camper and now grandparent to a Mystic camper, Peggy Newman, said her granddaughter was among those rescued from the devastating flood.
They didn't really know how bad it was until the light, till the morning, and they could see. And then they looked out onto below them, which was the golf course, and it looked like an ocean.
I want to jump over to this, some rescue stuff.
They could have predicted. 4th of July celebrations across the region were cancelled as flood waters swallowed parks, roads and neighborhoods. Emergency teams from FEMA and the Coast Guard are now on the ground helping local authorities.
As of 5:30, we have recovered 43 deceased individuals in Kerr County. Among these who are deceased, we have 28 adults and 15 children. 12 adults pending identification and 5 children are pending identification at this time.
A tragic story is unfolding in Texas. At least 43 people have died in sudden flash floods along the Guadalupe River, and dozens more are still missing. The flooding began early Friday morning after heavy rains hit Kerr County in south central Texas.
Wow.
In areas, nearly a foot of rain fell in just 2 hours. Officials say the river rose more than 26 feet in just 45 minutes, so quickly that there was no time to warn people or evacuate. One of the worst hit places
In 45 minutes.
A private Christian summer camp for girls. The authorities say 25 to 27 girls from the camp are still missing. Rescue teams have been working all day and will keep going through the night. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has promised unlimited resources for rescue efforts. He's also signed a disaster declaration to speed up emergency help. President Donald Trump also spoke about the disaster, saying the federal government will step in and take care of them. So far, more than 850 people have been rescued using helicopters and boats, but the search is far from over and the risk isn't gone yet. More rain is expected in the next 2 days and flash flood warnings remain in place. The officials say this flood came without warning and was worse than anything.
Look at a house with the flashlights. That's what people were just talking about.
Flood waters swallowed parks, roads and neighborhoods. Emergency teams from FEMA and the Coast Guard are now on the ground helping local authorities.
As of 5:30,
You sent it to my Facebook?
3 deceased individuals in Kerr County. Among these who are deceased, we have 28 adults and 15 children. 12 adults pending identification and 5 children are pending identification at this time.
A tragic story is unfolding in Texas. At least 43 people have died in sudden flash floods along the Guadalupe River, and dozens more are still missing. The flooding began early Friday morning after heavy rains hit Kerr County in south central Texas. In some areas, nearly a foot of rain fell in just 2 hours. Officials say the river rose more than 26 feet in just 45 minutes, so quickly that there was no time to warn people or evacuate. One of the worst hit places was Camp Mystic, a private Christian summer camp for girls. The authorities say 25 to 27 girls from the camp are
All right, hold on.
still missing. Rescue teams have been working all day and will keep going through the night. Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Nothing but water.
Kelly Wiley, KXAN News.
Austin ISD Superintendent Mateus Seguro said tonight in a letter to parents that he was, quote, heartbroken to share that the Kerr County floods have impacted some of our Austin ISD families.
Tonight, a prayer vigil to remember the 43 lives lost, as well as the countless others impacted by the floods. KENS 5 reporter Mike Jimenez shares the message from the Coming King Foundation.
The message is of hope and peace through the darkness that hangs over this community after Friday's tragedy.
The people lost their lives. A lot of families were totally destroyed, and people lost everything. And our hearts go out to those people.
Saturday evening, community members came together at the Coming King Scripture Prayer Garden to pray for those affected by the floods.
This is a wonderful community. It's a faith community. And when my brother and sister are hurting, we reach out and we lift them up.
After Friday's devastating floods that have taken the lives of 43 individuals and left many unaccounted for, organizers felt, besides collecting items and donations, the way they could help was with prayers.
The most powerful thing that I can do is come up here and intercede with prayer for these families that are hurting beyond what anybody could ever imagine. So whole families potentially lost. And it's heartbreaking.
Wood says the foundation considers many of these families as friends and wants them to know they are loved. Many are still trying to process the magnitude of their loss. Alan Parker says he came from San Antonio after hearing the heartbreaking news to help with search and rescue efforts, and also to pray.
We prayed at a home group last night, and even today, my wife said, I can't get these children off my mind. We've got to find them and the families and the rescuers. And I said, I got to go over and do something.
Foundation President Fred Shrimp says he remembers going to Uvalde after the Robb Elementary tragedy and feeling the darkness there.
Hey, Princess.
Felt the same darkness in Kerrville after Friday's tragic floods.
Well, the difference here is I feel a heaviness, but I also feel a hope.
Organizers say they want attendees of the vigil to walk away with hope and peace. And they also realize that it's going to take some time to recover from this tragedy, but say it will forever be in their minds and hearts. In Kerrville, Mike Jimenez, KENS 5.
Wow.
Governor Greg Abbott proclaimed tomorrow a day of prayer for Texans impacted by the floods. The governor is encouraging all Texans to pause in reflection and prayer. In his proclamation, he said, quote, in times of loss, we turn to God for comfort, healing, and strength. I urge every Texan to join me in prayer this Sunday for the lives lost, for those still missing, for the recovery of our communities, and for the safety of those on the front lines.
Al, thanks for joining us. As always, this has been a crushing story to follow over the past 24 hours. It started yesterday. They now are confirming 32 dead, 18 of
We're just a little old. Right now, we're at 51 confirmed dead, at least 15 children, 27 children still missing out of Mystic Campground that haven't been recovered. Officials have said it's still search and rescue, but they're moving towards recovery, which is not good. So we need to keep those prayers alive that these kids are found, or some of the kids are found, and some of these people are still alive. Right now, they're reporting at least 31 people missing. Let's see. Official reports 43 dead and 28 adults and 15 children. Well, I guess it depends where you look, because some people are reporting 51. And that number keeps changing or fluctuating. So, not good no matter what. if it's the death toll rose to 51 people across 5 counties tonight. And Kerr County official reported 43 deaths, 28 adults, and 15 children. Okay, yeah, so we're right on the same page about 51 people. Wow. You know, just from a storm of rain, just from it raining and a river overflowing, the Guadalupe River. Hopefully I said that right. Guadalupe River. And most of the damage, you know, a lot of it was when it hit this Mystic campground and these children. And the camp counselor lost his life trying to save people. Wow, man, wow. You know, like we can't take Mother Nature for granted. You know, there's always a chance of this when we build houses or campgrounds or anything near the water. You know, near rivers, we have flash floodings, and near the ocean, we have hurricanes, tsunamis, typhoons. I mean, it can get bad. It can get bad fast, right? Within 45 minutes, you know, within an hour, 29 feet, the river surged. That is crazy how powerful water can be. And just like in Texas, we've seen it here in Virginia just last year, right?
Thanks to Dolly and PJ, mods and chat for keeping this tragedy supportive and classy.
We've been trying. And thank you, Redfish, Bluefish. Yeah, and you know, that water's so powerful, and a lot of these people missing are kids, and it would be hard for an adult to survive this. Now, they have rescued some kids, so let's pray that they rescue more kids. I mean, that's all we can hope for. And man. I don't even know what to think, especially for the parents that are going through this. I couldn't even imagine it. You know, I've only had one kid. She's grown now, but you know, just thinking you sending your kid off to camp to have fun and experience a good part of life and get to know Mother Nature and meet friends and build relationships that are going to last forever. And then something so tragic strikes. And right now, they ain't naming these children. And I'm sure there's a lot of families right now that are just panicking. I wouldn't want to be that. I've been there, like, you know, in that panic state over my child. And it's definitely a horrible, horrible feeling.
Of them are adults, Hal. 14 of them are children, and they're still searching for live victims. Can you clarify? Because they were talking about the transition eventually from rescue to recovery. What are they talking about there?
Well, what they're talking about, Austin, is right now there's an active search for any survivors. And so, you know, as Governor Abbott said, time is of the essence. I think that was his term, that he was trying to get out there with as much speed as possible to find anyone surviving. You could have people who are on rooftops, although I think they've checked the rooftops pretty carefully. People who could have climbed up in trees. Those people can be tough to see. And by the way, if they're up in a tree, they've got to hang on. And, you know, time is time. And people will get tired. They'll lose their grip. And if they fall into the water, you know, the chances of survival are not that great. So they want to get out there and they want to search this area. So this is the rescue phase. Now, at some point, once they have decided that the likelihood of any, you know, any survivors is pretty much nil, if you will, they will switch to the recovery phase. I don't think they're at that point anytime soon. I thought that question about switching to recovery was a little presumptive. Right now, they're very much in the rescue phase and looking for anyone out there. And there could very well be survivors that have found high ground places out of the water that they still have to discover. And they did describe that grid search methodology they use, where they go through and they look at this stuff in a very systematic manner. clearing anything, basically going through and looking at all the terrain, clearing the terrain as they go through. They will be marking on the ground so that people know what terrain has been actually looked at, and trying to find anyone out there. And of course, with everyone missing, but especially with these little girls that were in that campsite, I think everybody there is very much putting out 110% to try and find any survivors that could be out there.
You're no stranger to disasters like this, Hal. They alluded to it during the press conference, but can you describe how something like this happens, how quickly the water moves in, and why we're talking about so many casualties as a result?
Yeah, I can, and I'll explain this. I used to, under the U.S. Northern Command, I was an emergency preparedness liaison officer. I worked with the FEMA regions on this. After retiring, I moved into training FEMA regions, training defense coordinating elements to work with the FEMA regions. And I've trained everything from local community centers all the way up to foreign governments in emergency management, emergency preparedness stuff. So that's kind of where my background is on this. And what I can tell you is that when you look at the weather situation, when you look at the rain coming in, you saw where they were talking about 4 to 6 inches of rain coming in. Well, that just tells you one part of it is how much rain's coming in. Then you have to look at the topography. You have to look at the terrain. And there's a lot of variables there. Obviously, the terrain in terms of, is it mountainous, hilly? This is up in that North Texas hill country, an area I know pretty well. It's very channelized or canalized, depending on how you want to describe it, where the water will collect very quickly and then move into these channels. You have to look at the soil. Is it going to be where the water hits and then runs off very quickly? Will it soak in? You look at vegetation.
All right, I want to share this with you guys. Give me a second. Let me pull it up. Just shows some of the devastation.
We're at Camp Mystic looking for our kids. We've been in Kerrville all night. We got here and started looking, and the game warden showed up, or we went as far as we could downstream. But we don't have the equipment for that, so we're letting them do that, and then we're looking for places that they're gonna potentially be alive. There's over 20 of them still out there.
And these look like pretty solid cabins, brick. Yes.
8 to 9-year-old girls going into 3rd and 4th grade.
And they were all in this cabin.
Yeah, these 2 cabins. This one, and then I think that one too.
Look at that. Wow. All their toys. This is sad.
Yeah.
They just didn't have time to do anything, guys. It hit them in the middle of the night.
Well, the water reached all the way to some of the top of the trees. The trees was underwater, so you're talking about 30 feet of it, probably higher. So you're talking about 10 meters or so, and it was higher than that. So he swept cars, whole houses were floating down the river. So that's pretty bad. You know.
Look at them Jeeps stacked on top of each other. Wow. You can always replace a car. You can't replace your life.
Yeah, we've never seen anything like that, and hopefully we'll never see it again. You know, but it was just very bad for the town, for the communities around. So bad, devastating. Yeah.
Thank you for joining. And if you're watching out there, guys, and you ain't subbed up yet, please sub up, ring that bell for notification. We're not too far from hitting 71,000. So I need you guys. I mean, just total devastation. And the worst part of these kids missing, so many kids.
Well, I was telling her, you know, we see this stuff on TV, you know, and you don't really imagine it happening, you know, so close to home, you know, especially in your hometown, and seeing it, it's just like,
Thank
it's
you.
Like it's not real, really. I mean, it's.
Thank you, JC. I got you.
Yeah, we can.
No, I didn't hear the two young boys interview. If you want to send me any videos we need to watch, send it to my Facebook, and my mods can post to Facebook for me, my Facebook, and just send videos over there if there's something you want us to review or see, and we will pull them up and play them.
The thing about it is because we have our two girls as well, and that's all we think about is that could have been them, you know, down there at the camps and missing, and so our hearts just kind of go out to those families.
I mean, took the trees out, houses out, cars, and you see them searching for people, just making sure nobody's in the trees. Yeah, send it to my Facebook. Send it to any videos you want me to show like that. The interviews of two little boys. Just send it to my Facebook and my mod. Somebody post that link for them. Okay. This one right here is a man rescuing his dog. Look at this devastation, though, guys. Let's start it over. Look how deep it is to that man. The trailers are covered. He got his dog. It's about up to almost his neck. You can see how tall. See that basketball court? Wow. So that is up there pretty damn deep. All right. I don't want to just show nothing random. I want to view it before I show it to you guys. That way, if it's anything. Oh, this is the one everybody's been talking about. This is the one of the house floating down the down the street with the people in it. And it's only 17 seconds, but you can see them at the door with a flashlight as their house is floating down the street.
There's people in it. Oh my God, there's so many people in it. Please tell me getting this on video. Yeah, camp's over.
Wow.
There's people in it. Oh my God, there's so many people in it. Please tell me getting this on video. Yeah, camp's over. There's people in it. Oh my God, there's so many people in it. Please tell me getting this on video. Yeah, camp's over.
Good job, Rebecca.
There's people.
You can see the man at the front door of the house as their house is literally floating away. What do? Do you stay in the house? Because you know that house is going to float into a tree or something worse. But if you jump out the house, then you're in the water. Do you take your chances with the water? If it's strong enough to move a house, you're going to get swept away. I mean, I don't know what I would do in a situation like this. To be honest, I've never experienced nothing like it. I wouldn't know where to even begin, right? Like, that is insane. It is insane, right? So I don't know what I would do in that situation. Let me see what this video is real fast before I play it for you guys. Oh, this is an aerial. This is a good one. This is a good video to check out right here. This shows you how strong this water actually is. Let's go here. Look how fast that water's coming. Oh my God. Thank you for subbing up. Thank you, guys. That's how fast that. Let me back that up. Did y'all see how fast that water came in? Look, no water. Look, the lake bed is dry. There's barely water. Look how fast this water comes in. Look how powerful and how fast that water moved in. If you was in the way of that, you didn't stand a chance. God. Insane right there how fast that came in. Whole trees moving through the water. Look at that. Yes, Rebecca. You know, I can tell you now, if you fell in that water, you would not survive that. That water is so powerful. It's moving big ass trees like it's nothing. That water has to be moving, I don't know, 75 miles an hour. I'm just guessing, but I mean, it is unbelievable how fast that thing that whole area right there just turned to a full blown lake. I mean, just nuts. I mean, it looks like it'd be fun if you had like a raft and you was whitewater rafting and it was moving that fast. It looked like it'd be cool, but you wouldn't want to fall in that water. Oh my God, no. Look, see it breaking trees off? Just hear it snapping. You can hear it, I know. Whoever filmed this was brave. That's all I'm going to say. Coming in from Jay's. All right. Good to see you guys. Cooterville has just made it into the house. In less than an hour, guys, 45 minutes. Some people saying 30 minutes, some people saying 90 minutes. But imagine the water rising 30 feet in damn 30 minutes. Okay. That is insane. And I couldn't understand it at first. Cooters Unite. I see you guys. Good to see you. And you know, we just watched this whole shit was dry just a minute ago. And within a minute of us watching this area right here turned into a complete lake would look like 100-mile-an-hour rapids in a matter of a minute. So imagine you were camping right there, right? Your ass would be gone. I mean, just gone, wiped off the map in a matter of a minute. This water came in like it was insane. Whoever's standing there filming it, I'd have been getting the hell out of Dodge. I see beavers. And the Cooterville people. Everybody from Cooter. Hey, good to see you guys. I take it Jay just wrapped up. Tell her I said thank you next time y'all see her. And I always stream late, so I can't send people to her because I'm always on at 3 o'clock in the morning. Nobody's up like me, right? I'm a night owl. So that's hilarious how Jay sends everyone to other chats. Well, you know, hey, she's wrapping up. She might as well, you know, send you guys somewhere. Y'all still up late night. And there's like, I think like 400 of you jumped in here. So good to see everybody. And if you from Cooterville and you ain't subbed up yet, sub up, ring the bell for notifications. We're getting pretty close to hitting 71,000. I'm trying to get that plaque on my wall by the end of the year. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it never hurts to try to have some goals in this world. So thank you guys for being here with us. And yeah, these storms are crazy. Let me just give y'all a little update because I don't know what y'all were talking about there over there on Cooterville. Storm, Central Texas, right? Carrsville. Water, right? Little storm on 4th of July came in, you know, it was like, you know, early morning hours. So there was not much warning. And one campground alone, Mystic Campground, had 750 kids. That's how many kids are there now. They had more than that. 27 kids are missing, and they got sucked out into this storm water that we're watching, and they're still trying to recover these children out of the water as we speak. So right now the death toll is 51, and this storm came out of nowhere. So the Guadalupe River, it rose 30 foot in less than an hour. So swept people, cars, people. We've heard so many stories about people dying tonight. A man trying to bust out of his trailer, cut his artery, almost cut his arm off. He bled to death, and basically they had to leave him in the water. They were trapped in a mobile home. Like I said, the Mystic campground, the counselor died trying to save the kids. And a lot of these people haven't been identified yet. They believe by tomorrow the death toll will rise. Guadalupe, is it not Guadalupe? Is it just Guadalupe? Okay. Well, the Guadalupe River, but just a major Mother Nature reared her ugly head, and just unbelievable. I didn't know water could do that. I didn't know water could move that fast. I've never seen water come in this fast. But for y'all guys, I'm going to back it up. I want to show you how fast this water came in. Okay. Now look, this is the first picture. All right. That's the river, right? That's the lake area. All right. You see there's a little puddle right here, right? There's a little bit of water. You can see this is dry. Right down here is completely dry. Watch how fast this water moves in. I mean, this ain't no joke right here. This shows you how powerful Mother Nature is. And it comes in light at first, right? Like it's like, oh, like it's a little tiny wave, right? Like not much, but now watch. Yeah, keep an eye on that rock. That's flash flooding bad. The weather's gone crazy, yeah. I ain't never seen nothing like that. Not that fast. And the guy standing on a bridge filming this, right? With water that powerful, I'd be scared it would wipe the bridge out. Dolly, it doesn't look like it was even raining there yet. That water came in like a little wave, right? This tiny bit at first, right? And then it turned into something super scary, right? It looked harmless at first. You're like, oh, look, it's a little bit of water. Oh, baby water. And then next thing you know, it's a damn tsunami. That water right there is so powerful. It would sweep you so far away. You wouldn't stand it. You wouldn't be able to swim in that. You would be just gone. And we got to remember this. These kids are from 6 to 8 years old that went into this water. 6 to 8 years old. I could not survive this, guys. I mean, unless I grabbed a tree and started, shimmying up a tree. But this water right here would, even if you was an Olympic class swimmer, this water would drown you. Or you would get hit by a tree, or it would run you into something. Broke a levee or dam. No, the water just flowed. A little bit of rain did this. They said they ain't seen nothing like this in years, but wow. We just watched a house floating down the street. Okay, no lie. Floating down the street with people inside of it holding flashlights at the front door. All right, they were standing at the front door of their house as the thing was floating down the street. Okay. Hey, Cluminati. I seen somebody say hey to her, so I'm assuming she's in the room. Thank you for subbing up. You can hear the trees breaking. Yep, exactly. The Coast Guard is down there helping. There's all kinds. There's over 850 people out there searching right now. They still haven't ruled out, they're still searching for people that are alive. I'm here, but watching on TV, LOL, not so chatty. I did tell you to look at the freak storm in Lake Tahoe. Thought killed 8 people. Yeah, these storms have been getting worse and worse. And I ain't going to go into the conspiracy realm of things, because I already see people in the chat room saying it. We're not really a conspiracy channel. We're a true crime channel, but, sometimes we do cover other events. But is weather getting worse on our planet, or has Mother Nature always been, this deadly? There's been storms, great floods before. Somebody mentioned Noah's Ark in here. And so these storms have been around from the beginning of time. Some people think that, they're getting worse, and climate changes are causing things to, be worse than it is. But Mother Nature's always been deadly. You have to respect the weather, take it seriously. These storms are no joke. We've had bad storms since the beginning of time. Some people believe storms have, wiped out the planet before, and that it possibly will happen again. And one thing you got to learn from history, right? Because if you don't learn from history, it's going to repeat itself. It's definitely going to repeat itself. Yeah, you gotta love technology, because we get to see all this unfold in real time now. Before we didn't, but now we watch, with everybody having phones and being able to live stream, we get everything almost instantly around the world. So we're seeing more of it. It ain't that it's new, it's just we're getting to see it live because technology has caught up. Now, you seen somebody say this happened in this area in the 80s too. So it seems like they would have learned from it, and they would have had air horns, because you got to remember a lot of these areas that don't have good internet reception. And this took place at it started at 1:30 in the morning, right? When the first alert went out to notify people. But look, them kids were camping, 800 kids, and it was the middle of the night. So most likely everybody was asleep. They didn't get the alert. And time they did realize what was going on, they didn't have enough time to evacuate. And you see how powerful these storms are. And we've seen the classrooms, the campsites of the kids. It was devastated. Thanks for being here, Sage, as always. I mean, water far as you can see. Look how high it is to the trees. And just think about this. 5 minutes ago, when y'all started watching, there was no water there. None. 5 minutes later, look, you would have to be at the damn top of the tree to survive it. It within 5 minutes, right? Because we started watching, this is a live video. And in the beginning, there was no water there. 5 minutes later, look at, it's like an ocean. Well, I don't know what this dude's doing, but you better get out of Dodge, bro. Look at all that debris. Old trees. What is that? Something big in metal. You can hear the trees breaking. NorCal Jim, I agree with you. NorCal Jim says you can drown in 2 inches of water. Nobody would be able to fight against this amount of water. You're right. That current is so strong. It would have swept you off your feet in a long time. The problem is getting hit by all the things in the water. And not only that, but that water slamming you into things like houses and trees and stuff like that. So it ain't like you can just grab a branch. You're moving fast in that water. You know, and you would have to be super strong to hold on to a branch unless you were lucky and you were at the edge of the water and there was no warning. Within 45 minutes, this place was underwater. Absolutely, Justice Jane. Prayers to our first responders. Just listening to the trees. Look how big that tree is right there. Look at that. You know what, Cassie? I'm glad you said that because I never pay too much mind to flash flood warnings. I don't. I guarantee you after seeing this and how powerful it is, I guarantee you I take it a little more serious now. It's crazy. You got to learn the hard way, but after seeing this, like I get them little warnings about flash floods, I just click off my phone. I'm like, oh, that ain't shit. It was a little bit of water, right? I mean, I live near a river too. I need to pay attention to these types of things. And I don't know. I feel like my house would be the one floating away. I better, learn from this. I learned one thing tonight. Don't bust a window out with your hand. Better throw a chair through that bitch because we watched this dude where a dude busted the window out and cut his main artery and died trying to get out his trailer. I'm going to throw a chair through the window first. Yeah, first thing I would get is my dogs. Everything in this house is replaceable, but not my life and not my animals. Right? Everything else, the computers, monitors, studio stuff, cameras, just all my stuff, it's replaceable. But your life ain't, your animals ain't. I mean, you could get a new dog, but it won't be the same dog. So I would get my dogs out first. And as soon as the water got to my knees, I'm evacuating. As soon as I walked outside and it's flowing up to like, I can't walk in it. And then I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. But that might be too late, once you get where you can't walk. But I've never seen it like that here. But like I said, I live near a river and it could get that bad. What is that? Something big and yellow. Look at all them trees. Now I'm hoping we don't see no people float by. That would be horrible, And this guy videotaping, he is brave. You need to save the tiki hut. I ain't gonna lie, I would be scared as shit to be on this bridge. Right? With that water that powerful and all them trees coming at the bridge, I'd be scared to be up there. How many of the children have been recovered? I don't know how many's been recovered, but 27 are missing. 15 children have been confirmed dead. So 15 are dead. Total death count is at 51. So real serious, and they believe it will climb tomorrow. And people are estimating the death toll is going to be in, somewhere around 100. That's estimations. So I hope and pray that ain't the case. I hope there's more people out there alive than dead. And all that was dry. Somebody said the bridges here in Texas are pretty strong. They said the same thing about that bridge in Maryland. Remember we watched that little boat hit it and the whole damn bridge collapsed and cars were falling into the damn river and all them people died on that bridge? Where was that bridge? Maryland, right? It was the Maryland bridge. I don't trust that shit after watching that bridge fall like it wasn't nothing. That shit almost free fell. I was like, good Lord. Yes, if we seen anything like that, we would do some editing, quick switching up, and right now I don't think they're going to show anything like that. So we don't want to see anything like that. We're not here looking for people. We're looking for just the devastation that it caused. So yeah, I'm not going to show anything to if anybody's not with us anymore. I don't do that. I'm not a channel that likes to show stuff like that. Usually I make sure first before I show anything. I haven't had a chance to do that on this video, but I'm pretty sure it don't show nothing. You see it's about to push that tree over. There went that tree. Hit the bridge, too. You see how I'll be off that bridge right now. I'd be done. That would have been it right there. I'd have been like, oh, hell no. Almost got hit by a tree standing on the bridge. Good Lord. Yeah, rescue boats couldn't go in that water right now. This is in the beginning of it. The bridge goes under. I don't know. I might need to review this video a little bit before we get too much more into it. Let me make sure nothing. Please do not victim shame. This is what Texas Hill County flash floods look like. Okay, let's step away from that for a minute. Let me review it real fast just to make sure nothing pops up in it that is going to shock my viewers or get me in trouble with YouTube. Basically, it's just this same area and the trees just wiped out. Good Lord. Let me just scan it to make sure. The water comes up to the top of the damn bridge. Okay, let me show this. Let me show this where the water's at. Look how tall the water, it wiped out all the trees. I scanned past it a little bit, right? But look where the water's at now. Right? Would you be on that bridge? Hell to the nah. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm getting the hell off this bridge. Look, remember there was no water in the beginning. Now look at the water. That shit raised easily 30 feet. You okay, Dolly? It's been shown all day by news networks. Yeah, hell no, I'm gone at that point. I am gone at that point. That is insane right there. That is insane. I mean, we started, it was a little puddle on the ground. Now it's like, wow. That is absolutely intense. I mean, we can sit here and watch water flowing all day. I'm just trying to get to the good stuff, right? Unless y'all want to watch running water. I mean, it make you have to go to the bathroom after a while. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just kind of skipping through it. But wow. Let me see what else it gets to. Hold on, because I oh my God, there's so many. There's the house. Look. Please tell me getting this video. Yeah, Kent's over. Damn, look at the people in the house.
There's people in it. Oh my God, there's so many people in it.
That is nuts, right? That is absolutely nuts. All right, let me close some of this. Let me pull this back over here so I can review it a little bit before we get too far into it. What did I play here? Oh, this is the guy saving his dog. Let me do a little review of it. Does it ever go up over the bridge? That's what I'm trying to see. Okay, it don't look like it ever made it over the bridge. But wow, it made it close. It made it really close to going over the bridge. But it's just total devastation. Look at this. Why did it do that for? All right, let's blow this up. Now look at it. That's all the stuff that's gathered at the bridge. It's all the trash, all the debris that now it's stopping it up. You know what I'm saying? It can't even get through the bridge. So imagine you were in that water, it would suck you up under that stuff and drown you. Jesus is coming soon. Yeah, the dog was okay. From my understanding, the dog made it. That is just devastation right there. That's a good view of it. Wow. And you got to remember, guys, if you're just tuning in, it looked like this. It looked like this in the beginning. Okay, look at that. Look at this. It looked like that. No water. Look at the rock. Wow. Okay, I'm going to pause that and bring this over here. This is a couple people described the flood. Thank you for posting me in on X.
Trip in this RV, right? And you got it out safely. Ed, tell me a little bit about how you guys managed to make it out about 2:30 in the morning, right before the height of these storms.
It was just funny. We were woken up by a bolt of lightning and looked outside. It's raining like crazy, and we decided, well, maybe we ought to just hook up just in case. And so we started prepping, you know, just in case. We watched the river. So far, nothing had happened, but we started looking at the radar boxes on the news, and we saw that this storm is just spinning in the headwaters of Guadalupe, and you're going, I don't know. We don't feel good. I'd rather be safe than sorry. I don't want to risk anything. So we decided to pull out, and about 2:30 in the morning, we were one of the first RVs. There was one other RV that pulled out ahead of us, and we decided to come to the Walmart parking lot because we knew it was high ground, and we knew where it was. It turned out to be the reunification point for so many people, but we feel amazingly blessed that we made it out.
Absolutely. And it was Denise's woman's intuition and her gut that said, let's get out of here, Denise. I tell you what, y'all were on a sandbar, right? Tell me.
We were. Well, we were literally like 10 feet from the water. 10 feet behind our RV was the river. So we just kept looking at it going, well, it looks okay right now, but looking at radar, we just kept saying, no, I think it's a wise idea to try to get out of here. And like you said, it was our first trip in our new RV. Yeah. So,
and that water rose so fast that once it hit, you would have had no chance in hell of getting out of there. None. You'd have got swept away.
Oh, this is a great vacation. Happy 4th, everyone.
Tell me now, in hindsight, what are you thinking when you see all this flood water and you see it rise to the level it did? Either one of you, well, what are your impressions now in hindsight?
Well, we just thank God that again, we were able to get out safely, and we pray for all the people that were caught, that, you know, there's not loss of life. You know, you can replace trailers, even brand new ones, but you can't replace life. So we hope everybody gets out safely.
Yeah, and there was probably 5 of us down on that little inlet. And when we left, only 2 of us had left. So I really hope the other people got out of there before it came.
Hold on, guys.
I can say that the RV park owners did call us this morning trying to make sure that everybody got out. So again, we feel very, very lucky, very blessed.
Definitely. And we are so grateful that you guys made it out safely. This is a great story, a great outcome to this story. Yes. And you guys going to take that RV out again?
Yes, we will. I think we're going to look at the weather more carefully next time or something.
All right. Thank you so much. And their dog Moose, we want to say their dog Moose also made it out okay and is still waiting for his restroom trip. He still hasn't made it out to the restroom. They've been walking around, and that's how I met him in this parking lot. Walmart doing such a great job making sure that these families are okay. They said some of their more distressed people, the elderly, people who might need a little help are inside and getting the help that they need as well. We found these people in the parking lot walking their dog, and we're so grateful that they made it out okay. We will send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Okay. So that's one of the interviews somebody sent me. Let me see if y'all sent me anything else up here. At Dolly Vision. Here we go. Where's the one with the 2 boys? Okay, here's the one with the 2 boys.
View of the flood, and so the cabins were flooding and the walls were like they broke down, and all of the campers in those cabins had to go up on the rafters, and they had to wait there until they could swim out. And my brother here, he had to swim out of his cabin.
The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we had bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk, and we had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
What time was it?
It was like, we woke up at
we had to wake up at like 4 a.m. But on the way here, we saw all of like the other camps destroyed, like obliterated.
And tell me, how'd you guys get out of there? They put you guys on buses, or did you have
Yes.
to wait?
Yeah, we had to get on a bus.
Yes, we had to get on a bus. We were in other cabins for like cabins on hills for about 17 hours.
We hosted a cabin.
Buses get here, and it was not fun.
Wow. Okay, so they said they had to swim out the cabins. Can you imagine that as a kid? You're on your bunk, the top bunk too, and the water's just pushing in, and wow. All right, so let's see. The river was next couple hours deep in a major flood stage. Okay, I'm just making sure this stuff don't show anything horrific. You know what I'm saying? I'm just viewing the videos first, so I don't show no, body floating down the river, because X, they don't really censor anything, and YouTube has guidelines, so this kind of gives you a little impression. Okay, how fast the water's flowing. This will work. This one's good. We can watch this one. As you can see, everything looks good, right? Water looks calm. This is a high-speed video. Boom! Look at that water. Look how fast. I mean, I know it is sped up, right? But you see how fast that went from being a bridge to being nothing, right? Wow. I mean, it was absolutely nothing. Right? You can see the bridge. Boom, gone. I mean, I've never personally seen anything like that. Okay, me myself. Let me see what else we got that she sent. I just want to make sure, because YouTube don't really censor nothing. This is the same area? Okay, this is at the dam. All right, I'll show this one. This don't show anything. I just want to make sure. That's it first. June 10th, 2025. July 4th. That water is no joke. Let me see what else I got. We seen that one. We watched that one. We watched that one. Let me make sure there ain't no. That's just water. That's just water. That don't really show anything. Dolly. Okay. All right. That's pretty much it for those videos that were sent to me. Let's close that. I mean, like I said, there may be people that are used to flooding that may live in areas where, flooding happens like that. I've never seen nothing flood like that. I know we've had floods like that in Virginia, just not that I've personally seen because I'm on the coast. But oh my God, that is just crazy. Let me bring this over here. And let me close some of these so I can get back open the latest news on what's going on. Let me shrink that, close that. Let's go here.
State it's in. You look at a variety of factors that will deal with how fast that water will accumulate in these low areas. In this case, from what they're reporting, it went from having literally seeing very little or no change in the water level of the river, or the rivers, I should say, to jumping up over 26 feet within a period of 45 minutes to an hour. That is a phenomenal water raise. And you can imagine with that, that people who are camping, and this is the middle of the night, we're talking between 3 and 5 o'clock, that people who are camping there, all of a sudden they're surrounded with rushing water. This isn't a seep flood where it just slowly raises up. This is a flash flood. So some would look at it and say, well, the water is slowly rising. Yes, but once they get out in that water, that's fast moving water. There's a lot of debris in there, which means they can get knocked off their feet. And you can imagine if you get knocked off your feet, you go underwater with all the rocks, trees, automobiles, whatever could be underwater, that the survival chances drop considerably when that happens. So that's what they're looking at. That's the scenario that occurred in that area.
Al, we heard Governor Abbott declare, it was a disaster declaration, I believe, was how he began the press conference. What levers does that pull, and what resources does that give for an operation like this?
Well, Governor Abbott did what he has to do in order to kick some things in. And I think Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, kind of explained it goes from local to state to federal. There is a process where the local government declares a disaster, and then that goes up to the state for request for assistance where they declare a disaster. And then that includes a request for federal assistance. And then when President Trump, and I'm certain that he's going to declare a disaster, that kicks in what's called the Stafford Act. And the Stafford Act deals with unlocking the resources of the federal government to come in and provide assistance on a major level.
All right, we'll get back to that. I want to kick into this video right here for a second. And it's about
something new is happening at Cox.
Okay, well, can you not? All right, hold on. Now it won't let me play the damn video. Skip.
Waco mom is feeling thankful after her 14-year-old twins were among the campers rescued. Clara and Nolan Shelton were at separate camps, Clara at Mystic and Nolan at a nearby boys camp. Their mom, Suzanne Shelton, says her son Nolan told her that at one point the water got so high in the cabins they were invaded by fish and alligator gars. She also shared that both of them were helping with the rescue process, Clara helping nurses take care of the injured. Suzanne says they made it home early this morning, but continue to pray for all of the missing children and their families.
Well, a Valdosta UPS driver made headlines last
Okay.
August.
Now, you
after
already
he
heard
called
that some things.
911 for an
Hold
elderly
on.
woman who was lying in her driveway. Now that same delivery driver still stops by and checks in on the woman who's.
All right, let me close that. But they said that fish and alligator gar were swimming around in the cabin. Okay. Can you imagine that as a kid? And if you don't know what an alligator gar is, an alligator gar is like a big, something like a pike. It's like a big, long fish. They grow pretty big, not wide like an alligator, but they're long, they're big, and they have serrated teeth. Right. And I used to, like go wakeboarding and shit. Right. And we don't really have alligators around this area. And people are like, so I'm not too spooked when I'm out wakeboarding. And then I came home and I watched River Monsters, and it was about alligator gar that are in the water around here, and that they can be just as vicious as an alligator. They'll bite the shit out of you. Right. And they have like razor sharp teeth. So you got to really and then after that, it kind of spooked me. I was like, because usually you'll see an alligator, or signs of an alligator. But these things you don't really see. And that'd be scary as a kid. I just, no way it ain't.
At the local level, for example, the U.S. Coast Guard is out there. Keep in mind, the U.S. Coast Guard does search and rescue all the time. That is one of their primary missions. They also have a lot of unique capabilities, particularly with helicopters and air support and people who are trained to do things like drop out of the sky and rescue people out of off of buildings or potentially out of trees or any place else they might be. So that the Coast Guard is out there. They were invaluable during Hurricane Katrina, and everybody got a chance to see what they do. And then Customs and Border Protection. One of the things I should mention that might have been missed is that the Border Patrol, CBP, when they're on the border, they look for missing people all the time. People
River
cross
rats.
the border
Oh
out
my
to
God.
the desert. They can get hurt, they can get lost, all sorts of stuff. So the Border Patrol, by necessity, by virtue of its mission, it does a lot of search and rescue, just simply looking for people.
We got to think about that too. Water moccasins, in the water when they flood cabins and things like that. And, it had to be for the kids that have made it. It had to be terrifying because the time they woke up, probably them cabins were already starting to flood. And by that point, it was probably too late to try to the best thing, try to get to high ground before the water gets too bad. Thank you for coming up.
Illegal migrants who have gotten lost or maybe hurt or dying out in the desert or somewhere else. So they do this. They also do water rescue. Keep in mind that a lot of the border, particularly in Texas, is the Rio Grande River.
I hear people saying they used to camp on the sandbar in the river. Like we have a big sandbar down here in Nags Head, and people have a party there every year. So they take out like tables and chairs, and they go put it in the middle of the damn ocean on the sandbar. And then you go out to the sandbar and it's a big ass party. So you got you in the middle of the ocean with all these damn drunk people. And here's the thing about a sandbar. If you walk one way, the water's probably fucking 200 foot deep. You go the other way, it's deep, right? Just the sandbar is the shallow part, and people, walk out on the sandbar, and a lot of sharks hang out on the other side of the deep end of the sandbar. That's the scary thing. You step off the sandbar, now you in water, straight in the middle of the ocean. But yeah, they have a party every year here on the sandbar.
So there are search and rescue things they have to get involved with very quickly. When people trying to cross the river will get swept away. And so they're very adept at this. So these are a couple of resources that the Department of Homeland Security has that they kind of rushed in there very quickly. But once you see the Stafford Act put in there, you can see a lot of resources. And then you can see the sort of stuff that I used to work with, which is bringing potential military resources, federal military resources that could be used to provide assistance as well.
Al, where does something like this go from here? We have been endlessly watching the video scrolling on our screen of the water, and this is scary stuff. I mean, you can see the trees there, how far up on the branches they are. That's compared to this live vantage point right now. I will say, just from this one specific vantage point, it looks like the water is receding. How important is that with them as they begin the rescue and recovery efforts?
Very important. They're going to need that water to go down. We are 390 people, no, 387 people away from hitting 71,000, baby. So if you're watching out there and ain't subbed up yet, definitely sub up the channel, guys. Help us hit 71,000.
Well, for search and rescue, something like this helps immensely because what you can imagine, that water, you just can't see through it. It is murky. It is filled with all sorts of stuff, things just under the water. And so it's very difficult if they wouldn't be alive, but if there was someone trapped under the water, when they're looking for their remains, if you will, it'd be very difficult to do so. But what it does do is it provides an ability to move more freely through the area. Hopefully they can get on vehicles with high clearance, depending on how bad the mud is or whatever, and cover more area more quickly to see if there's anybody in those trees. Also, if somebody has been in those trees as the water lowers down, as you don't see that fast moving water.
Believe it or not, the water recede pretty quick because you're going to have your most flooding during high tide. And as you know, the water sucks back out during low tide, right? So during the higher hours, you're still going to have a lot of water. But as the tide goes down and it starts to recede, it depends the level of the ground, how much water it holds, you know what I'm saying? Because some water gets sucked into the ground and some water gets pulled back out. And believe it or not, sometimes it'll recede pretty fast. But if the weather say it starts to rain and it starts to flood again. That's the problem. And people are saying that the weather, they're expecting more rain. I haven't watched the forecast myself. I can only tell you what people have been saying, that there's a possibility of more flooding. And if that's the case, then people in low-lying areas, which probably have already at this point moved to safety, need to continue to stay there. Thank you for subbing up. That is awesome of you.
There might be an opportunity for those who have survived in higher levels, like the trees or something, to potentially get down and then move through that calmer water to safety where they can be potentially rescued, and link up with rescue forces or anybody else that would happen to be out there. So,
okay, somebody's calling in. Let's answer it. Better be epic. Dolly.
Dolly.
Yeah.
This is George down here in Houston.
What's up, George?
Well, we got a big problem down here in Texas.
I agree. We have a big problem with that flooding going on.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, I see.
But you know, we had that Hurricane Harvey or whatever it was, and you know, we had houses all over Houston that were flooded.
Hold on for 1 second. Hey, I didn't get your videos. If you're gonna send me, I didn't get them, Caroline. You got to send them to Jimmy Jams TV on Facebook. Okay, one of my mods can post a link to my Facebook because I didn't get them on Facebook. All right, go ahead.
But I'm saying, I mean, thousands of people had to go around and cut out 3 feet of their sheetrock out of their houses.
Yeah,
you know,
from the flooding.
That was Hurricane Harvey. Yeah,
that is insane.
And we're still recovering from that.
Yeah,
my girlfriend's house still got
sheetrock. How far are you from there in Houston, where they're at? Because I know this is Central Texas.
I'm in Southwest Houston, so they're probably 3 hours away, 4 hours away.
Okay, so you damn near on the other side of the planet.
Well, I'm not close to it, but I'm near it.
I got you. I'm just messing with you.
You know. I mean, but that's just terrible. Them little kids missing and stuff like that.
I mean, you know, if it wasn't bad enough, but it hit a kid's campground with all these kids there,
I know it. That is just terrible.
Bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a direct strike on the children.
Yeah, and you know, most adults, they've lived a good life, and I mean, it ain't good for any adult to die, but at least as an adult, you've lived a while. These kids are 6 to 8 years old, and it makes
I know it, and they're waking up. They're going to bed thinking, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to go fishing. I'm going to shoot a bow and arrow. I'm going to have some fun. I'm going to, you know, we're going to play games and volleyball, maybe basketball and whatever.
Yeah.
And we're going to have fun. And the next thing you know, hell, I'm drowning.
Yeah, but you know, they're still okay, I sent the Jimmy Jams. Thank you. They're still, you know, on the recovery end of it. I mean, it's, you know, that first day, usually you don't get saved in that first day. And that second day usually ain't that good. I'm just trying to be hopeful in this situation because we're dealing with so many kids.
I hear you.
So
I hear you. I've been in them drowning situations though. I'm telling you, when we had that Hurricane Harvey, oh God, that was devastating here.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been in a flood, but I mean, I've almost drowned before. When I was a kid, I was at the beach and I got hit by a wave and pinned to the bottom. And when I came up to try to take a breath, I got hit by another wave and then another wave. And I literally, if the current hadn't been so strong pushing me forward, I would have drowned. I remember crawling up on the beach and just coughing up nothing but salt water and just happy to be alive because I thought I was done. That's the closest I ever came to drowning in my life. And it was a horrible, terrible feeling.
Yeah.
So, I can only imagine what these kids are going through, and hopefully some of them make it.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. This is horrible.
Yeah.
With these kids.
Yeah, I agree 100%, total 10%. And
I mean, me or you, as adults, we could get swept up with a little bit of water and stuff, and I think we'd have a sporting chance to
grab onto something, or
grab onto something, or get to the bank, and climb to high water or higher ground or whatever.
Yeah.
But these little kids, they didn't have a chance.
Not at all. Not at all. And
they just got washed away.
Prayers to their families, and hopefully, there's still miracles, there's chances, and we're going to hold on to that chance until.
Well, there have been miracles. There have been
already. Yeah, I know.
And, some of these kids have been able to get to higher ground.
Yeah, and kids
and get out of the water and get to higher ground.
Kids,
some of these kids have done that.
Yeah, and let's hope these other ones do too.
But unfortunately, there's probably some that didn't.
Yeah, and we know that right now they've already reported 15 deceased.
Yeah,
so, not with us. So I appreciate you calling in, George.
That's sad ass stuff, man.
Yes. Yeah, the world's terrible. Only getting worse.
Buenos dias. Come back and see us.
All right. Peace. Yeah, that is totally heartbreaking to be honest with you. And okay, let me see what Don sent. Rain surges cause deadly. Okay, let me see what you sent. This is timestamp 42 seconds, shows how the river flooded and why the camp got hit so hard. Okay, let's play it. First alert. Let's pull this over here so everybody can see it and hear it. Okay, why is it not moving? All right, here we go. Let's unmute that.
Joining us right now to talk a little bit more, Jeff, about how we sort of got to that point of the historic floods and how all of that happened. And I have here in my notes, because it's worth pointing out, we've heard a lot of figures, Jeff, about just how much the water rose in those hours that when all of the devastation happened. It's my understanding it was 22 feet. That's the official count. 22 feet in 3 hours. That's what you all saw, right?
Yeah, 22 feet in 3 hours in the middle of the night. So we're going into the 4th of July at midnight, and then somewhere around 4:30.
Okay, different people are telling different stories. I've heard 30 feet in 30 minutes. I've heard almost 30 feet in an hour, and I heard 30 feet in 90 minutes. Okay, so we're getting different time frames of how much water and how fast, but it looked either way, that's still fast.
4:35, it crested at 29.5 feet. That's the Guadalupe River at Hunt. That's where the North and South Forks come together. Now, the record there is 36.6 feet set back in 1987, but this happened so quickly. 22 feet in 3 hours and in the middle of the night. First off, the good news, there's nothing going on now, not even a flood watch that was released at 10. No warnings. The rain has left the area. The setup was simple.
Okay, that's
moisture
good.
From a tropical storm Barry was kind of stretched all the way up to the Great Lakes, and at the same time, an upper level low has been sitting over that affected area for 2 days. It's finally getting pushed out by this high pressure over New Mexico and leaving, but those two combined to create this historical flood. You see that right there? That's over a foot of rain. And you know what's right in the middle of that area? Camp Mystic. Yeah, that's Hunt. And then down upstream, on the South Fork is Camp Mystic, surrounded in the hill country by an area that got a foot of rain in basically 4 or 5 hours. Of course, the whole river basin goes into the Gulf, but at the headwater is KERRVILLE. And then you go up from there to Hunt, and that's Camp Mystic. That's the river, the South Fork, that winds to Hunt. Couple of points here. The North and South Fork come together at Hunt, confluence of rivers rivers is always a flashpoint of flooding. The Cypress Creek runs right into the South Fork at Camp Mystic. Here's some of the important timelines of what happened. They issued a flash flood watch that afternoon before, and then at 1 in the morning, a flash flood warning was issued for the whole county. It was described as a dangerous event in progress at 3:36. By 4 in the morning, a flood emergency was declared, and by 5 in the morning, they said that the river was the highest, second highest it had ever been.
Wow. So, I mean, most of these people.
Of course, Kerrville is where we've been centering a lot of our attention. It's where the news conference just was. It is the biggest community in the hardest hit areas of the Hill Country. But we've also been talking about Hunt, about Ingram, and Center Point, which is also not far from Kerrville. It was also hard hit by this flooding on the Guadalupe River.
We know that it's 8 miles southeast of Kerrville. And yesterday, a lot of the first responders were having.
Some people call it Guadalupe and some people call it Guadalupe. Okay. But I think people in here said it's Guadalupe.
A difficult time getting to people because their firehouses, all of their infrastructure, that had been flooded out. Now, we do have one of our reporters from our sister station, Gage Goulding. He's joining us now live from Center Point, where he is there to give us the latest. Gage, thank you so much for joining us for this coverage, and tell us what you've been seeing there in Center Point today.
Yeah, here in Center Point, a totally different situation than what we've been seeing over the last 24 hours. This is the Guadalupe River, and I'm quite confident that if you wanted to, you could swim straight across. And we saw people kayaking up the current really without any hesitation whatsoever. But I want to really just paint a picture for you here of what this looked like just a little over 24 hours ago. Where I'm standing at right now would have been under roughly 30 feet of water. And I know it's one thing to say that, but I want you to look over here. This is a home here along River Road. You see that deck the whole way up there? That deck stands 24 feet from the yard, which is another several feet above the river. The water reaching just inches under that deck. So think about that. This entire kind of hollow here, all of these backyards under more than 10, 15 feet of water right here alone. I mean, it's just an incredible, unfathomable amount of water. All of this rising, according to the man that lives here, within about 10 or 15 minutes in the middle of the night, too. Imagine it's just an absolutely.
See, they said, these people are trying to downplay it. They're saying, oh, it was over 4 or 5 hours. But the locals say within 30 minutes, it was damn 30 feet. Okay. I believe the locals before I believe the news. Okay. You heard this guy say that shit in 15 minutes, was up to his 24-foot deck. Okay. Within 15 minutes. So who's telling the truth? The locals or the media? Because here's the thing. A lot of people were saying that these warnings went out late, that they didn't get the warnings, and that the warning system is like old and they need to update it. And, they're trying to be like, oh, well, people had plenty of time to get out. I don't think so. I believe the locals that within 30 minutes, we watched the flood water, right? We just watched it. We watched it from being a dry lake bed to being you couldn't stand a chance in hell of swimming out of it in a matter of 5 minutes. So I believe the locals when they say within 15 minutes, this whole shit was underwater. Okay. They were there. They know. Yeah. I mean, and then not to be prepared, not being able to evacuate people, not being able to send ambulances or anybody to help people. Like when a dude cut his arm open and he was sitting there bleeding to death, 911 was hanging up on him. They should have sent a helicopter to get that guy and his family because he was he's bleeding out. They didn't even do that. Like they basically, I hate to say it, I think they failed the people a little bit on this one. They screwed the pooch, dropped the ball, however you want to say it.
Stunning thing to just understand where we're at right now. I'm 6'2". I would be under easily up to 18 to 20 feet of water where we're standing at right now. I want to show you some video that we took earlier because this is the location. It's been highly publicized. The video has gone viral of a young girl that was found clinging to a tree. She traveled down the raging, absolutely tearing Guadalupe River in the middle of the night for about 15 to 20 miles. She actually was staying at the HTRTX campgrounds. It's in Kerrville, right along the river here. Her family were just swept down the river. She was found clinging to this tree by the man that lives here. And we actually had to stop here, and it was an incredible story. He actually got choked up, but she is okay. Devin Smith is her name. She's okay. But the story goes, her 5 family members, however, are not. I want you to listen to this real quick.
She just kept screaming, and I thought she was in the river. It sounded like the voice was moving, but finally I was able to hone in on it and saw her in the tree. And so at that point, I went to hollering back to her that, hey, I see you. We're going to get some help for you, but you're going to have to hang on. And she said, I guess God had a better plan for me. And it's the truth.
She said, I'm grateful to be alive, but she said, I'm just hurting because her whole family, that's the largest bulk of her family was with her, and now they're unaccounted for. But
wow.
Think about that. 5 family members. They have not been seen yet. They have not been accounted for. It's Travis Reynolds, who is his brother, is one of those that are missing. So Devin Smith, the one that was clinging to the tree, she's in the hospital. Other than, of course, the traumatic experience that she just went through, she's really okay. She got some bangs and bruises and a gash on the back of her head, but really, that's the worst of it for her, which is an absolute miracle that she was able to survive this. The people that are missing, her mom, her dad, her aunt and uncle, and her sister, all of those people were swept away. They were tent camping right along the banks of the Guadalupe River. They were awoken by water inside their tent. They went to their cars, and then their cars started floating. They tried to get away, but they couldn't. And this is a story after story after story that we've heard like this. But you can imagine if they were able to float 15, 20 miles down this river that, even though these folks in Kerrville may have been the ones impacted, the search and rescue mission is going to stretch much further downstream than that. And I know that's something that we've been talking about. We've been hearing from our local leaders and state leaders is that this is not just, kind of hyper localized here. You might see helicopters and boats and search crews in other areas, and you might be sitting there scratching your head going, why are they there? Why are they not here in Kerrville or Center Point in the areas that were hardest hit? Well, it's because that water moving at an incredibly fast speed, like there's a plane flying right over right now, if you can hear it in the background. That water just took them and just absolutely sent them down the river. So here in Center Point, a quick update around here if you're trying to get in and out of here. The volunteer fire department's actually on the other side of the street here. If we can
Thank
zoom
you,
in,
Robin.
Eddie Diaz working.
Thank you, Robin Farmer. Dolly gotta eat. Thank you for getting on the Blessed Express tonight. You ain't blessed unless you riding the Dolly Express. And you on the Express with us. Too bad it's a tragedy that we're covering. And, we cover a lot of tragedies. So I don't even know what I'm saying. But so many kids at one time missing. And if this lady could have survived and was in a tree, some of these kids may be also in some trees. And let's just pray that a miracle happens. And, by tomorrow, the end of the day tomorrow, well, today, technically, in just a few hours when daybreak hits, I would say after a couple days of them searching, that's when the doom and gloom kind of sets in, and you got to realize that most likely these people that are missing may not be with us anymore. Okay. But don't give up hope yet. We still got a lot of kids missing, and only 15 of them have been recovered. So that means that that they could be alive somewhere. Okay. And when I mean recovered, not with us anymore. 15.
On the lens for us here, you can see they are very well staffed. Tons of people coming in and out of there. And actually, Eddie, if you pull out, you can see one of these crew members here right along the banks here. We saw horses going up and down, well, people on horses, I should say, and then people walking these banks right here multiple times. It's not just one time. They're going, combing through 3, 4, 5 times, making sure that there's quite literally, I believe it was Governor Abbott said that they're not going to leave any stone unturned. But in this area here, if you're looking to get across here, I know there's a couple crossings of the river here, Camp Arrowhead Road. There's still heavy machinery there. It looks like the county or TxDOT working to open that back up. So even traveling around Center Point at this point, guys, is still quite a mess. Guys?
Yeah, Gage, you're exactly right. I mean, that's what we were talking about yesterday, was the fact that they couldn't even get to these volunteer fire stations because of the flooding. What have you seen in the city itself of Center Point? And I'm sure you've talked to other people. It breaks your heart when you think of the woman that was clinging to the tree that doesn't know where the rest of her family is. What have you seen there as far as damage and when you talk to people?
You know, I will say about the fire department, we hear there was about 4 to 5 feet of water inside the fire department. So as you look across, you can just only imagine how high that water actually was in that area. I do believe the apparatus was out, so those engines were out, you know, responding to calls already. But in the town of Center Point, what's incredible to see is how the damage is really localized here along the river, but you see so many people, Texans helping Texans, that are coming up, even just in the time we've been here. Like, look, you can see these folks here, they're cleaning up. The one gentleman, he's been working the phones and getting people all up and down the banks here, up and down River Road. But you see the guy on the little skid steer here, it's somebody that just stopped by to help on out. People have been just grabbing brooms and squeegees to just get that muck, that river silt, that stinky, heavy silt that's deposited here. Pressure washing, all of that stuff. I mean, it's been an all hands on deck, right? But a lot of people that aren't necessarily living in this exact area, living here on River Road or right along the Guadalupe River. But once you get a couple streets away, even the gentleman that lived here that had all that water, you know, nearly 30 feet of water just underneath his deck, he said he really only went about a block and a half down the road. That was his safe spot. So that's the good news, is that those that are impacted, it's a hyper localized thing. It's not like the entire town of Center Point necessarily was inundated by floodwaters, and it's because you kind of have this little bathtub area in this part of where we are at least along River Road here. So that does help out a little bit. But I really have to say the fact that so many power washer and getting it done, guys.
You know, Gage, I'm also struck by the fact you saw those guys. I saw numerous guys as you panned in over there, and the one guy walking along the bank. That's the task that is at hand right now, looking for people, hopefully alive, along the banks of the river. And you're 8 miles from Kerrville. I mean, it's probably a process that's playing out in Comfort, that's playing out even down the river right now.
Yeah, you see this group right here. I mean, these are everyday Joes. I mean, this is community. This is people maybe from neighboring communities, neighboring counties that are coming out here. All of this debris here, by the way, was not here 36 hours ago. This carnage was caused by Mother Nature. So it takes every single person. Look, they're going through limbs and stuff. All the eyes, every set of eyes that you can get helps. And it looks like maybe a group is dispersing, because you got these guys walking down the river this way, and then there's groups over here walking kind of downstream, and then there's another group that's sifting through a big pile of debris. Remember, it's not like a fluorescent vest that's going to pop out of the brush and say, hey, I'm here. You know, in these situations, it's very difficult to spot, you know, people that may or may not be conscious. You know, they're looking for whatever they can find. And remember, there's big piles of brush too. There's undertow underneath the bank. So in the water and on the banks is an incredibly important thing. Like I said, those guys kayaking up the river, you know, I asked them, why are you doing this? It's like, well, I haven't had a calling like this. I haven't felt a need to serve like this since I was in the armed forces, in the Army. And, you know, that just tells you how powerful this is. They went to the gas station, got some Gatorades, and they're going to head on up the river, and whatever they can find, they can find. I said, what are you looking for? And they said, we're looking for people alive.
Yes.
That's the key thing here.
Yes,
you know,
absolutely.
You heard it in the press conference. This will turn into a recovery mission eventually. They're not ready to put a timetable on that. They don't want to put a timestamp on that yet, because this area isn't ready for that. Kerr County isn't ready for that. The responders aren't ready for that. They are ready to find people, and that's their goal. You know, it might look like they're not doing anything, but looking underneath all these branches, all these little areas, that is how you find survivors. I've seen it in hurricanes. I've seen it in tornadoes. This stuff works, and it takes boots on the ground, and it's going to take time to cover this entire area. Remember, we're talking downstream too. So what they're doing right now, this is incredibly important work, and you know, you're going to see a lot more of it here today, and of course throughout this next week, guys.
Gage Golding, who has done a phenomenal job covering this for us. He's joining us from our sister station.
I'm just going through some of the stuff on X, guys, and they found one kid, what did they say, 12 miles downstream alive on a tree limb. A lot of the families are starting to show the children that have been found, the 15 that have been found on X. I'm not going to share their pictures here. Out of respect for the families and their loved ones. But to see these beautiful little kids is absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, just kids so happy and full of life to know that, that this trip that was supposed to be fun ended so tragically for a lot of these families. And wow, it's just sad to see. So a lot of it's being shared on Twitter, X, and I don't know. It's just like, it's heartbreaking is what it is.
In Houston, KPRC, thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
We're outside the Hunt store, which is a staple here in the area. I'm with Frank Steifen. Tell me a little bit about this area. I know you were getting emotional just talking about it. You grew up with this store.
I did. Sorry. My dad bought our ranch, which is right down the road, about 3/4 of a mile, in 1967. I grew up at this store. And I used to drive my tractor up here to fill it up with diesel fuel. It's gone. I mean, the buildings here, as you can see, but it's just destroyed. Back here in the back, 3 months ago, my new wife and I were dancing on that dance floor to one of our favorite bands. The post office is gone. My family goes back here to 1890. They've been here over 130 years. The family name was Edwards, and my dad was here for the flood in 1932, and the water got higher than it did here, or this flood, but it was downriver. And so this very well may be the worst flood Hunt has ever seen, because it would have started back up the South Fork. The devastation is unbelievable. How these kids survived in any of these camps along the river is nothing short of a miracle. But I grew up with this store. I've like I said, I've danced here, I've been here, sat by the fireplace in a rocking chair and drank a beer. The devastation, there are just no words, Taylor, that I can say that describe what I'm seeing. My ranch, it was completely underwater. The water got that high. Just unbelievable.
And I know we were talking a little bit earlier. This is a small knit community, and everybody knows everybody.
There's a lot of people that are missing from this RV park also, where RVs were swept away. And I was just looking at a family that was there camping and they're missing. But the whole RV park has just been absolutely destroyed.
Yes, Hunt is a very small community, and the people here do know each other. The store was more than just a store where you could go to buy staples and a beer or a hamburger or whatever. It was really a social meeting point. It was a lot of fun to come here and eat and have dinner and visit with people.
Yeah, there's you talking about how you just married your wife a month ago, and you're dancing in here, and now just emotional, just seeing what it looks like right now. I mean, there's some deep rooted memories in this building here for you guys here.
Yeah, there are. We've only been married 6 weeks, so it's new for her, but for me, it's a lifetime. My summers were spent here, living here, and I really, really enjoyed it. Just it's unbelievable, Taylor. That's all I can say. It's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, just no words at this time. I mean, your post office, where do you guys go right at this time? How do you rebuild from this?
It's going to take a long time. I mean, this community is resilient. They will rebuild. It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be short. But, this will rebuild, and all of this trash will be gone, and the camps will hopefully rebuild and be a place where children can grow up.
Now, Frank, where were you when you first knew that those floodwaters are coming
I
through?
was living in my house in Kerrville. We live in the Highlands, so we're way high. But the storms, it started raining. We were at Howdy's dancing Thursday night, which is where they were doing live rescues, people out of trees. We left there at 10:15. It started raining at 10:45 because we were coming out of HEB. And about 1:30, the storms woke me up, and I was up the rest of the night. It was raining at my house probably 2.5 inches an hour. And it just kept coming. I knew it was going to be bad. About 4 o'clock, they started warning people of rises. At first one I saw was like 21 feet, and then it was 24.5 feet, and then it was like 27 feet. And I think we topped out here at 34.1 or something like that. But it didn't quit raining in Kerrville at our house till 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, you said you knew it was going to be bad, but you just didn't know the extent of what it actually became.
I knew it was going to be bad. I had no idea it was going to be this bad.
Now, were you seeing the alerts on your phone about the flash flood warning and stuff like that?
Oh yeah. My phone was going off several times. Flash flood emergency, and I woke Marcella up at early that morning, and I said, "Honey, we need." And I tried to get to my ranch, couldn't. Water was completely over the highway. Tried yet last night, couldn't. So this morning, we got up at 7 and first daylight came out.
Now, Frank, I want to take our viewers over to the area where we can actually see inside the Hunt store. I mean, I want you to paint a picture of kind of what it did look like before all the debris kind of swept through this area, because it looks completely different.
A souvenir for you to take home.
Surely. Oh.
Roy Bowen, who's local here, raw honey.
He's got raw honey that survived this area.
Yeah.
So that is so awesome. Well, thank you so
You're
much.
so sweet anyway.
Thank you so much.
What a flirt.
I'm going to go over to where Frank is.
Well, and you can't see now really, but right back in here, right over here was the cashier stand. And then this all in here was where they had the staples. You could buy chips, beers, they had a cooler back there. Over here, you can see the fireplace. In the wintertime, they would light a fire and people could come in and have beer and sit around the fireplace and chat. Back this way was the restaurant. There used to be a bank right in here. It's now it was an ice cream stand, but they had great burgers and steaks, and it was just like I said, it was a meeting place. But as I look in here now, the devastation's beyond anything I can say. I mean, this is how the rocks withstood it and these posts withstood it is a miracle, because I've seen posts and everything bigger here this morning that did not withstand the flood.
Yeah, Frank, if we go further up to the front of it, I know you were talking about earlier.
There's a better view of this.
Yeah, where the building did not withstand and it kind of crushed through the front of the building. The bricks are completely gone here. So if you take a look, you can see which once was boarded up is now.
This wall, here's the fireplace I was talking about.
Mike B says all the people camping weren't warned before of a devastating rainfall. Yeah, most of them were kids. They wouldn't understand the severity of it anyway. Them kids should have been evacuated. But with it happening at 1:30 in the morning,
be joyful in hope, patient in affliction, faithful in prayer. Romans 12:12.
Amen to that. Chow. That's all we can do at this point is pray for our brothers and sisters in Texas. Robin, thank you so much for supporting the channel. And the devastation is unbelievable. And the loss of life, like I said, adults are bad. It's bad when we lose adults. But when we lose so many kids, it is horrific, right? just such bright little lights. And, as a child, it can't be one of those cases where karma got you because you haven't done anything. You're an innocent soul. And just life taken from you so early is just so horrible.
And then you also had a gas station that was
Well,
right here
the
too
gas
as well.
pumps were here. You can see they're destroyed. But if you came around to the back side right over here, they had a diesel pump. And I could fill my tractor.
So yeah, this used to be boarded up. And now you can clearly see right in through the Hunt store. I'm going to get you a closer view of this. Now, Frank, how does this make you feel just being able to stand inside here? Is this where you danced with your wife?
The wife was back on the outside porch. It was where we danced. So this was all, chips and jerky and foods and finger foods and.
But none of this stuff here, is
no. This was actually inside the store. You could buy bottle. There was a wine like right about here, wasn't it? There was a wine rack. Wine rack was right here. You could buy some excellent wines and again, in the wintertime, fireplace, was kind of a gathering point. And but like we were talking about earlier, Taylor, this is a very, very small, tight-knit community. And
just emotional. You just get emotional just looking at this and seeing what it once was and now what it looks like today.
You do. I thank God that people survived it, that we're here to talk about this. What those kids went through and adults along the South Fork of the Guadalupe River, I'll be honest with you, I can't imagine.
You just see how aggressive this floodwater swept through this area. I mean, you were talking earlier about your cattle and how you've lost the barrels, was it?
Well, no, the cattle were, we lease our property and some people here local to the community run some head out there. There were no cattle on the property. There were 62 round bales of hay because they just cut. And each one of those bales weighs about 950 pounds. They're all gone. All 62 bales are gone.
Yeah, it just goes to show again how aggressive those flood
how
waters
forceful the water was.
Absolutely. Well, you heard it from Frank here. The community here in Hunt is completely resilient. It's an emotional state right now.
First of all, could I have you say and spell your name for me, please?
Matthew Crowder. MATTHEWCROWDER.
Tell me a little bit about what happened last night or early this morning, I guess.
So, it was just one of those nights I couldn't really sleep, and we were open for today, or supposedly going to be open today. So I figured I'd go in pretty early, and it's not uncommon that the owner himself shows up about 4:30-ish. So I figured I'd meet him out there, and we would just kind of talk and game plan for the day. And I had completely just disregarded and didn't really think about the fact that the creek might be flooded. And so I had pulled up with that not even on my mind. And when I saw it, I figured I'd wait there for him to show up, and then we would talk about it. And then obviously say we're not working today and go home and enjoy the rest of the day. And I waited for a little bit, and he just never came around. And then at around 4:30-ish is when the water started getting pretty close to where my car was parked. And so I just said, okay, I'm going to go home for the day, and he'll figure it out. And I leave pretty much where that neighborhood was to get back onto the main road. And I just, something was telling me I should probably just go double check. So I left my car up there because I was concerned about if it were to go wrong, then my car would just be down there and I'd have to get it out. And so I kind of jogged back down there. And by the time I got back down there, it was considerably more flooded, and the water was coming up at a pretty quick rate. And so I had stuck around and just kind of took videos of it and everything. And then all of a sudden, just within 30 seconds, the people's front yard was starting to take on water pretty bad. And I kind of sat there and kind of judged whether or not I should, say something, if it'll be okay or not. And then just, in the moment I said, I'm going to start hollering out. And so I wasn't able to knock on their door or window just because of how much water was coming in. And the last thing I wanted was something to happen to me and they never get the word. So I got as close as I could and started yelling. And then the first thing I had seen was just a kid come out, a younger kid holding the dog. And I'm like, okay, we get someone's attention. And, the first thing he sees when he wakes up at 4 a.m. is his front yard flooded. So he's in shock and he's not saying anything back. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe he doesn't speak English, but he gets the picture. And then he just darts back in the house. And I wait there for a second. And then mom comes out. And she is also in the same state of just shocked and doesn't really know what to do. So I start kind of communicating to them of, make sure everyone's awake, get your head count, and let's make a plan. Go look at the backyard. Where would you think the best place to go is? And within that time span, everything was just kind of accelerating to a point to where we just had to start moving. And I had called 911 and they sent me to fire dispatch. And when I talked to him, he had told people up creek who were concerned as well, and they told them to stay in their homes. And I had said, well, looking at it now, I don't think this house particularly is going to hold, or at least be safe to be in. And, he was kind of talking me through it, and I understand, how dispatch works about being calm and, figuring out the best solution. But just by the rate it was going, I kind of got frustrated. And in the moment I said, well, send help or not, I got to get to work. And then that's whenever I kind of took the water on. And then one by one, they kind of started coming out. And they were a little panicked. I don't blame them. At this point, where we were in the front yard, the water was about thigh to waist deep. And everyone couldn't really get their footing. And we'd gotten them onto a chain link fence. And I was taking one kid at a time, putting them in the back of a truck. And in between that, this is when I thought the worst had happened, is I saw two of the boys. I saw one kind of get swept under, and then he had landed up against a car. And one of the other boys had turned around to help him. And I saw both of them get their footing back. And then I helped get the other child into the truck. And then Chrissy, I believe she's the homeowner and the mother, the fence fell down with her kind of leaning on it. And that's when I realized that this is seriously a dangerous situation. And at that moment, I was kind of scouting to see where I could go to figure out the best route, because they were at least safe, in the truck by something sturdy. The kids were at the truck. I believe either Grandpa or Chrissy got them there. And I kind of figured out a good place to go. And I was shuttling kids one at a time over there. And at one point, it got kind of sketchy. So I grabbed the oldest kid, put him first, said, hey, I'm going to grab 2 more, and then you're going to take them up the road. And in between that whole transition, I had one, and then the power completely shut off. That's when we lost the power, and it was just complete darkness. And then with that happening, there was just more panic. Everyone kind of lost, whatever composure we had going. And then I kind of, didn't know where I was going. I lost the way I had found, and I kind of walked into their, drainage ditch, and I lost my footing. And I had actually gotten pushed down about 20, 30 feet down the road. And when I had got my footing, I kind of come back, rush back over, and we're finishing that transition. And we had gotten everyone up the road to safety, and that's when the police were able to arrive.
I don't know.
We worked together to get the grandfather out of the water. And at that time, we kind of just made sure everyone was awake, and was ready to move if they had to. But at that time, the water kind of reached as far as it was going to go up. But the main part was just making sure we had accountability for everybody. And then we got all the dogs. That was very important to them. They were talking a lot about the dogs. But yeah, we once everyone was safe, everyone kind of calmed down, and then the neighbors were very helpful finding them a place to go and to kind of recoup and gather themselves.
The mom who reached out to us credits you with saving her son's life. How does that feel today?
It was funny, right before you guys had called me and my mom were talking about it. How I just kind of feel like, it's a cool thing to be told of, you saved my life and stuff, but it's just something that, until you hear it, you don't really understand that. And so I'm kind of just like, trying to figure out how to carry that weight and just think about it. And I mean, in the moment, I just kind of said, I did my best, and I believe I was there for a reason. There was no reason for me to be up at 3 a.m. There was no reason for me to turn around and stay there. So it's just kind of that intervention that kept me there for a reason. So I give it a lot of credit to that too.
Kind of walk me through, like, most people have not seen floodwaters like this. Walk me through, like, how strong they are and, like, what's going on around you. Kind of talk about what that's like.
Yeah, so this was my first time ever dealing with a flood directly. Back in 2019, our creek had flooded, but not as bad as this. It was obviously safe enough for us to walk up to it and kind of like enjoy it and be like, oh, this sucks. But for actually to be in it and watching things collapse around you, surprisingly, I was mellow about it. I kind of understood, just I think it's because of how much they were panicking and seeing that, and if I woke up at 4 a.m. to my house flooded, I would, probably not be in the right mindset either. So seeing that, I kind of just decided to, no matter how scared and how confused I am about how to handle things, I just have to start making a plan of action. But definitely with how loud the water was moving, the roaring of the creek, trees were coming down. I believe somebody on another news network was explaining one of the oak trees that was up pretty far up off the creek, well over maybe 80 yards from where the creek was supposed to be. And the water was so strong there that it took a completely healthy oak tree off its roots.
Amen, Robin.
That's exactly where we were transporting them. And so to be in that water and listening to the thunder, the loud, water, the trees, hearing the roots come up off the trees and buildings crashing and things flying down the creek and, everyone kind of yelling and, screaming, trying to find who's where and stuff. It was definitely like surreal. It was kind of like, the worst nightmare you've ever had. And just kind of realizing that in the moment is something that if you haven't gone through it, it's really kind of hard to comprehend.
How many kids were there? You were talking about passing kids along. Was this like a house full of kids, or what was going on?
So I had assumed that it was the case, but I guess they were having a sleepover. So there was 4 kids total, and if I remember correctly, it's 12, 10, 7, maybe another 10-year-old. So they're all very young. But from what I believe and what I think I've gathered is that it was 3 kids of one family and one was there for a sleepover, I believe. But to give the boys credit, I don't know which ones were which, but when watching them at that car work together and like fight together, like the composure they had, I was very impressed. The kids did very, very well for being kids with how much they handled that situation. As kids would, I was very, very impressed.
Well, is there anything else that you want to make sure people know or wanted to say?
I think definitely take flood warning serious. Those are one of those things you see pop up on your phone and you just hit the mute button. It might not directly affect where you are now, but if you know anybody or just know of a space in particular that will be affected by that or could be, definitely reach out and let them know. Because I was, like I said, one of those people that just see it and ignore it. Even though I cross the low water crossing every day to get to work, you just never think, oh, that could be us or that could be these people here. And yeah, no, definitely take these floods very serious.
Well, thank you again for doing this. I'm glad that you're safe. And thanks for talking with us. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
This will air tonight on KXAN News at 6. It'll also be online. I'll send.
Okay. Well, with that said, definitely take these flood warnings seriously. And at daybreak, I'll be back live with you guys for a little bit just to see if any people are recovered. I'm going to take me a little break, grab me something to snack on, all that good stuff. I may be back with you guys around 6:37. Okay, we'll shoot for 7 a.m. Most likely, maybe not. I don't know, depending on the situation. So listen, pray for Texas, pray for the children that are missing. That way, when daybreak gets, we get new updates of what's going on. New eyes on the sky and see what kind of devastation remains after some of this water has cleared out. And it's just horrible. It's a horrible situation. And, like the young man said, thank God he was there. And God puts certain people in certain places for certain reasons. And that young man saved somebody's life. He is an absolute hero. Thank God he was at the right place at the right time. And we need more young people like that. Okay. People that, put their life at risk to help other people. It's unbelievable. And I wish that young man nothing but the best in life. Thank God he was there. And let's pray that these kids are recovered. It's not over till it's over. It's a scary situation. 27 kids still missing, all from this Mystic Girls campground. And there's a lot of the pictures of the kids be posted on Twitter, because there's no rules on Twitter. And just pray for their families. I mean, that's all we can do unless we're in Texas and you're in them surrounding areas. Do what you can do to help. Okay. This is when people, and for all the people that came in tonight talking politics or any stupid shit, this ain't a time for that. This is a time for people to come together, lift each other up. We're all brothers and sisters, no matter what side of the fence you're on. So be a good human being. And this ain't the time for discussing political parties. It's the time for prayer. And I will see you guys later. All right. Be good. Stay safe. And remember this. If nobody else loves you, Dolly does. Peace.